friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I had some technical difficulties. I set the stream time and I couldn't even be here on time, but thanks for being here, everyone. Welcome in. Glad to have you here. And Fulu Codes. You can ask all the questions you want. But welcome in, everyone. Today we're going to be working on overlays. So we've got some things to fix in the chat overlay over here. And then I think the majority of our time is going to be spent working on the new version of Vox. It looks exactly the same. It's just using all of the components that all of the other overlays use. So that's probably what we're going to spend the most of the time on. First thing we're going to do is update some dependencies. And then there was also a pull request and an issue that someone opened up to fix a whitelist issue with URL. So we'll work on those. And then we might get to this today too. So those of you in the United States can set your flag to a state flag rather than a country flag, because right now we can just do country flags. But welcome in, everyone. What's up, Electrothermal? Glad to have you here. Vox 2.0. Yeah, and it's like we started on it, we just never finished it. And then the deployed version is the old version. Yeah. And Codes is saying, is it okay to do a stream without using your voice? I've seen some coders do it where they just code. Or I've seen some gamers do it where they just play games. I would think that it's harder to get an audience if you're not talking, because a lot of people watch because of your character, because of your personality. They're not necessarily watching for the thing that you're doing, unless you're really good at it. But I would say most people probably want to hear someone's voice. Yeah. Is Vox 2 going to end up like... No. That's why we're working on it, Mark. I know you kicked W, but that's why we're doing it, so that it doesn't turn into... And we're going to get back to the drop game v2 at some point, too. I think I did say last week that I was going to... no, we're not going to do it in detail, Oscar. But I think last week I did say that we were going to work on the drop game. Maybe we'll do that towards the end. Let's see. But that's the other thing, is I'm only going to be live for about 2 hours. I gotta keep this sustainable, because I'm going live multiple days this week. You can view the schedule here. But I'm live almost every day this week, but I'm trying to keep the stream shorter so that I can go live multiple times. What's up, Gruff? Am I real, personality-wise? Sorry for the irrelevant question. It's totally relevant. I'm probably one of the realest people you'll see within a 5-minute radius. Yeah, I'm me. What's up, St. Lolek? Let's welcome everyone in, and then we'll get to coding. And what's up, Burke from Turkey? Glad to see you. Cool. It's going to be a quick one. The She-Boss. Hello, what's up, Coding Garden fan, and Irosum, and Cad Moon, and Sovix, and Funny Boy, and Vulture Boy, and Lori Dreamer, and Siraj, and Otmain, and Macaroni Pizza Pie, and Dynamic Voyage, and Fob, and Crafty Becky, and Irene, and George, and Rollers, and Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Llama, and Big Boss, and Butterfly, and Salty Ohm, and Falu Codes, and David, and Daddy Ray, and Electrothermal, and Phoenix Rising, and Say Lolek, and Burke, and NSD Show, and Distant Synth, and Shark Turn Up. Hello, what's up, Word, and Code Addicted, and Oscar, and Monkey. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you here. So a quick rundown of the code that we're working on is it is at this repo, and we started it years ago, more than 2 years ago. What's up, GSRP, Bob Dylan, and Maya Fun, and Wucha, and Fulani Papi? Welcome in. So it's essentially a component library that would let you build chat interfaces that look like this, but they're reusable components. So we started on this a while back. We have not yet extracted them out into web components, when we haven't really distributed it as a reusable library. We'll do that eventually. Yeah, and it redirects from now.sh to versal.app. So this is what we're going to be working on, and you can see right now GitHub is telling me, hey, your dependencies are vulnerable, so we're going to see if we can fix that. And then there was also a pull request for Unissola. I'm pretty sure their name is like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something like that. But they helped improve the whitelist. So we'll take a look at their pull request. We'll either just merge it in directly, or we'll take it as inspiration and write around. So that's what we're going to do. But Grav is saying, I like you. You make me feel happy. I lost my mom last year and watched your streams just to feel good and happy. Sorry to hear that, Grav. I'm glad that we can be a community that you can come and hang out in, and I guess forget about the rest of the world while you're here. So thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, the component view is made with a thing called, I forgot, but it's not Storybook. Let's look together. We're gonna look at the package.json. It's called Style Guide. Style Guide. I think it's like Style Guide ist. This is it. Isolated view component development environment with a living style guide. This is it. Oh, no worries, Shark Turnip. I'm happy to tell you what it is. Thank you for saying that as well, Distant Synths. Thanks for being here, everyone. All right. I think I will set my overlay because what we're doing right now is upgrading dependencies. We can let people know that. Nice. All right, let's get into it. So the tool I like to use for this is called Npm-Upgrade. I just use npx to execute it, and it will tell me if any of my dependencies in my package.json have had an update. I can see there's quite a bit. The one thing I'm cautious of is the socket.io client right here. I'm actually going to skip that one because my backend, I believe, is dependent on a specific client version of socket.io. So I'm going to skip that. Everything else, I am going to upgrade, and then we'll fix any bugs that show up. Oh, I have my AC on today. You can hear that. Yeah. Sorry. It's too hot to turn off, so there is some white noise in the background. And Mayafum, welcome in. All right, so I'm gonna upgrade all of these except for socket.io. I wouldn't say it's necessary, but it is. I mean, so the app still works, right? So all of my stuff still works, but these version changes typically have bug fixes, and a lot of times they have vulnerability fixes, and that's especially what we want. Now, so this one I'm going to say no on, because I want to keep it as it is. Everything else I'm going to upgrade. But if there was a vulnerability that was found, it's possible that one of these later versions has fixed that vulnerability. And we definitely want the latest version of the package so that our code isn't vulnerable. Now, it should be said that just because these packages are vulnerable doesn't necessarily mean our apps are vulnerable, because a lot of these packages are build tools and development dependencies, whereas the code in TypeScript ESLint parser is not going to show up in the code that I deploy to a website. This is only installed locally and only run locally. So even if a vulnerability was found in that dependency, it doesn't matter as much. But ultimately, I want to make sure that I'm on the latest stuff. And we have a major version bump for Electron. I'm curious if we tried to do that last time and then we didn't. I don't know. Let's see. And then we'll do that, and that, and that, and that. Update it. And thank you, Nookie Poo. I can't hear the notifications. Did you all hear the notifications? But thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, yeah, and happy birthday, Avi. Well, did you turn 25 yesterday or today? But happy birthday. Can we get some happy birthdays in the chat for Avi? And what's up, Ed? I would choose Postgres. They're open source. I think if you want an open source MySQL, you can use MariaDB. But Postgres is... They stay really up to date, and they've got a lot of cool extensions, so I would pick Postgres. Thank you for the hydrate, Fob. Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Cool. And thanks for the stretch, Fob, as well. And thank you for the other hydrate, Fob. All right, I'm curious. I'm going to go look into the socket.io dependency. So specifically, this app uses Feathers.js client. And that has the dependency on socket.io. So I want to see what version of what version of socket.io client the Feathers client uses. I guess I'm not using the specific Feathers socket one. Let's see. Yeah, apparently I'm just directly dependent on Socket.io client. Oh, because this is Dove. I should be looking at because Dove is version 5. I want to look at master, and the dependency of Socket.io client they have is 2.3. So I have a even higher version, but that's fine. That's fine. Oh, and thanks for the gifted sub. Are you? I don't know if I heard or if I saw. Are you all hearing the supports? Because I'm not hearing them. Got monitor and output. You're hearing it? Okay. Well, that's good. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry. Really sorry. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Trash Dev! Welcome in, readers. Welcome in. Didn't you raid me last week? Thank you, Trash Dev. I'm having technical difficulties. I can't hear any of my notifications. But welcome in, friends. What's up, Mewtru? Shouts out to Mewtru and Trash Dev. Welcome in. I appreciate you, Trash. I appreciate you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Yeah. No worries. You go to the restroom and you get to that meeting. Get there. Welcome in, raiders. You've arrived at the coding garden. My name is CJ, and right now we just updated some dependencies in my overlays and stuff. So this right here is an Electron app that I built to handle the chat. Do I have Feather Socket? Maybe I have both. Oh, I do. Huh. I wonder why I have these two separate dependencies. I'll look at that in a second. Yeah, you're totally right. It's likely that I could just remove this dependency. But quick tip for all of you node.js programmers out there. There's this cool package called Npm Upgrade. And if you run it, it will break, obviously. What just happened here? Override for TS loader? Oh, I think we had to add this last time when we updated dependencies. And then we loaded 9.3. Oh, you know what? I think I want to go back. I want to go back. And then I'll show you how this thing works, because it's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of things live. Like, things break, but that's what you'll learn around here is we fix them. If things break and we fix them. That's what it's like to be a developer. But if you run this command, it'll look at your package JSON. It'll look at every single dependency and then tell you if there's an update available. And so right now there's a major version bump for Socket.io client and a major version bump for TS loader. But I think last time we updated dependencies, we pinned TS loader to 8.4 for some reason. We might be able to fix that this time because Electron, we upgraded from 19 to 20. But we'll see. Also, this is my break timer, so let's take a quick break. Only old CJ knows why we'd pin that dependency. So I'm not going to upgrade either of those things, but I am. It does not do the npm install. So after you've updated your package.json, you do need to do an npm install, and then that will remove old dependencies, install the new ones, and also update your package lock. What's the difference? I've never used npm outdated. And I'm gonna yeah, things are breaking. I'm gonna close that app until these dependencies are done installing. But what I was gonna mention is, so the stuff I'm working on is for that Electron app, but then also this is an overlay inside of OBS. And it uses those same components and same stuff. Okay, so we still have a vulnerability. Let me see, or we have multiple vulnerabilities. Let me see if updating the Electron version fixed the fact that I couldn't run it with Node version 18 anymore. Because it used to be that Node version 18 didn't work well with Electron because of the version of Webpack that they were using. Let's see. No, this is the error we get. So we do have to use Node version 16 for Electron, for now anyways. And I don't think this is using Vite. Well, it might be under the hood. I did upgrade the Vue CLI tools, and I upgraded Vue to Vue version 3. So it might be using Vite. We'll see. Cool. Welcome in, Limeotes. We upgraded dependencies, and there are no errors. I am going to run an npm audit, though, because I'm curious what things are vulnerable. It could be the TS node thing, or the... What did we pin the version of? TS loader. It's possible that TS loader has a vulnerability. Let's see. So glob parent has a high security vulnerability, and glob parent is depended on by Vue style guidance. So this is a library we're using to get a like component demos. And then got is an HTTP library. It has a moderate vulnerability, and it is depended on by Electron Builder. And then Node.Forge has a high security vulnerability, and it is dependent on... Basically, style guidance is like has several vulnerabilities in it. But I was talking about this earlier. Technically, these are high security vulnerabilities. However, these packages don't run on the client side. So all of the apps that I'm working with here are just client side apps. And glob parent is a tool used by a build process. So the Webpack dev server, you don't ever deploy the Webpack dev server to your end website. Internally it uses glob parent, but at the end of the day, you're going to deploy built files that are not going to be dependent on that and its vulnerable version. I'm curious. Yeah, and then Vue CLI plugin has a breaking change. Let me see. So yeah, we have 4.45.1. And then it's going to downgrade us. Yeah, you shouldn't run with the dev server. There might be some people out there that are running with the dev server. Yeah. But you shouldn't. You should build and bundle your app, and then just put those files on a static file somewhere, or static file server somewhere. You don't need a backend process to run a completely client-side app. Yeah, and also, yeah, you don't run NodeMon in production. I say it like everyone should know that, but I guess everyone doesn't know that. So this is your PSA. Don't use NodeMon in production, and also don't use Webpack dev server in production. And it's true, Limo. It's like what I'm dealing with right here. Probably over 1,000 developers dealt with this today, trying to upgrade dependencies. I'm gonna run npm audit fix to see if this will do anything. Or actually, no, it's npm audit fix, like that. And I'm not gonna do force, because if I do force, that will potentially install a dependency that has a breaking change, and I don't want that. So let's see what we get when we try to fix it. We still have 20 vulnerabilities, so there's not much I can do here. I'm going to look at this package, the Vue CLI plugin style guidance, and don't be shy, do force. The thing is, I probably can, and I don't think it will break anything. Yeah, so the latest version is 4.45.1. It was last upgraded 6 days ago. So how recent is this vulnerability? January 21st? Affected versions, anything less than 1.0. And if we look at Vue style guidance and we look at their dependencies, oh, they're not directly dependent on Node.Forge. Who is? Does anyone know how to read this? Like, where is Node.Forge coming from? Oh, and then, so Vue style guide is dependent on this package called self-signed, or not. Oh no, this is dependent on Vue style guidance, which we are here. And then It says that has a dependency on self-signed, which is dependent on NodeForge. Well, let's look at this other one, the glob parent vulnerability. Affected versions are 5.1.2 or less. And then this is, I'm curious why this wants to roll back to Vue Style Guidance version 3.26. What's up, Bajosi? Welcome in. There's no way it wants to go back to to this version. Yeah, and so that's what we were talking about earlier, Sonny, is these are just dev dependencies. So it's really only something to worry about when this stuff is running locally, but I also don't like seeing it in... I don't like seeing it when I do an npm install. While I'm here, I'm going to see where in the codebase I'm using this, because I should actually just be using Feather's Socket.io client. Maybe not. Okay, so I'm going to keep that as a dependency. We're gonna do a force, and well, first of all, let's commit this. I spelled dependencies wrong. That's okay though. Okay, so we've got a commit that we can roll back to. Fix force. Yeah. What's up? It's Shalman. It's Shalman. We are working on my overlays, and right now we're upgrading some dependencies. Let's see. And Zero Dark Ace is saying, why not make a fresh install and transfer the JavaScript files? This is a pretty old project. And let me, again, close that because things are happening. But yeah, it's a pretty old project. Actually would be quite a bit of work just to move things over. I mean, I think if I did do that, we would be like moving to Vite. But I think Vue CLI service like uses Vite under the hood now, maybe instead of Webpack. I don't really know. We'll see. Now I have more vulnerabilities. This has to be a bug in npm audit, because it rolled me. So look, it rolled me back to version 3.26.2. And then if I do it again, it's going to put me on version 4.45.1, which is what I was on. And then I'm going to have 20 vulnerabilities, and then I could run it again, and then that would put me... I might just remove it. We'll see. Or honestly, I'll just go back to what I was saying and not worry about it because it is a dev dependency. Now we have 14 more vulnerabilities. This is a new one. Did this one just get released? Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, I think the issue is it downgraded some of my other things. So I'm gonna do this again and see where we're at. Yeah, it downgraded Vue CLI plugin Electron Builder for some reason. Yeah, I mean, I think I'll put it on the list. Like, basically, we need to update the entire project to use the latest Vue CLI, if it's not yet. We're not going to do that today, though, because Yeah, they're okay. We're back to 20 vulnerabilities, and I'm okay with that because we know for the most part they are just not for the most part they are just dev dependencies, so we don't have to worry about that. And also, like I think it was Sonny mentioned, this is all running locally anyways. This isn't deployed on some server. So the only way people might try to exploit this is if they could inject code into my overlays. So yeah. I haven't used Snyk in a long time. I thought Snyk used to be the default, but then like Npm came up with their own way. Well, style guide is locked on a patch version. 4.5.1 and then 4.5.1 is the latest version, so no. I guess we already had that open, but has no one talked about? Okay. What's a break? I kind of miss my old hairstyle too, but it's all right. It'll grow back. What's the name of the app? This stuff up here. How am I getting this stuff? It's an app called Stats. And if you take a look at my setup repo, and then Command F for Stats, you'll find it right there. I use Stats and I use iStat menus. What's up, Leto Joker? We're upgrading dependencies, though I think we're done with that now. Like the app is still working. We still have like 20 vulnerabilities, but yeah. Start free. Isn't it possible to just run Snyk like npx? And doesn't Clarkio, doesn't he work here? Show me how to do it. Did I just do npx Snyk? Chat.hack. All right, Snyk test. My stream description is out of date? I don't think so. my title is right, and then that's what we're doing. Snyk requires an authenticated account. Okay, they didn't used to. Did I click this link yet? Yeah. I'm not gonna sign up. Let's take a quick stretch, and then let's work on a feature, not on dependency upgrades. Let's write some code. And the first thing on our list, and actually I forgot. What did I get rid of here? Oh, I was gonna put this right here. Upgrade CLI. That's something we want to work on later, but not right now. Okay. Okay, but yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. And really, upgrading to this might actually fix it. And we also might have to find a different way of running style guide. Because right now we're running view style guidist, which is just a wrapper around style guidist. Though, this one is React specific. Why can't I just find style guidist? Here. Oh, no worries, Pond Garden. All right, thanks for caring. Yeah. Weird. Okay, so maybe style guidance was specific to React, and then view style guidance was loading it for it. But the only reason I'm using it, like I could be using something like the whatever that other one is that everyone uses for component documentation, Storybook. I could be using Storybook, but can Storybook do this? And maybe it can. I just didn't see. So here's my component for the chat card, which is each individual little card right there. And I write the component. It's good to go. And then to show examples, I just actually write some JSX. And I get this little docs element. And style guidance picks that up and automatically creates documentation for us. And so if you go to here, these are the documentation that get auto-generated using style guidance. But we could probably switch to Storybook or something like that. That's something else we'll look into. I think we have something on our list for eventually publishing this thing. Okay, but to our first feature slash bug fix is we're gonna fix our whitelist. So right now, my overlay has a whitelist of allowed URLs. And we can see that right in here. So there are certain people in the community, like mods and some VIPs, that have their own CDN where they can host stuff. And because I trust them, they can embed custom images in my overlay. So we all trust Alka. Secret Byte, I think, is Murdoch or something like that. This is Andrew's CDN. This is the real Pygon CDN. This is Imphy's CDN. And also, we haven't heard from Imphy in a very long time. But regardless, this is Mr. Demon Wolf CDN. So these people, I trust them. And so if an image gets embedded that matches one of these URLs, it is allowed to load in my overlay. You can also see there's a couple of images that we've allowed. But what we want to do is move away from having to define each of these as a regular expression and then turn it into strings so that it's easier to maintain. Oh, I trust you, Stony Eagle. I mean, if you want to give me a CDN, I'll put it on here. Really, any VIP. If you want me to put a CDN on here, I will. But there was a bug because these are all regular expressions. And what's up, Andrew? There's your domain right there. But because these are all regular expressions, because I left that off, someone was able to upload an image to some other server that ended with that regular expression, and then that was a vulnerability because they technically could embed anything that they wanted, which is bad. It's very bad. And I would say the reason it was left off is because regular expressions are hard. Like, I should not be having all of these regular expressions. It should be easy to just put the beginning of a URL or a full URL, and then just match against those. Stony Eagle, are you on Discord? I would just say DM this to me on Discord, just so I know. So I know that it's you. Yeah, and so I'll show you. DM me on Discord, and then once I know it's you, then I'll add it. Someone created a pull request on the Sproutkit repo. No, not this one. This one. I wouldn't doubt it if people want to try like throwing a bunch of different strings against it. But with this specific regular expression, it says it must start with this. And it would be really hard to put something somewhere that started with that URL. But yeah. Here we go. So Eunice Scylla says this is a way they added a way of improving how things will work. I'm going to skip their detailed explanation and just look at the code. Yeah, so they basically changed this from an array of regular expressions to an array of strings, which is what I was going to do. And then, thank you, Arshia, much appreciated. And then they updated the code that sanitizes the URLs, or sanitizes the messages, which in turn sanitizes the URLs. And so they're saying if it ends with a slash, create a regular expression for that specific URL. I think they've overcomplicated it a little bit. So I think what I'm going to do is I will have, so some of these should be regular expressions like these. Like this makes it so that any image loaded from my local 10 dot address or local host can get loaded. And I think that's fine. I think like those are special cases that should be regular expressions. And then like this could just be turned into 2 URLs, and these could be turned into URLs as well. So yeah, W3CJ is me. Just send it to me on there. So I appreciate the solution, but what we're going to do is we're just going to convert all of this into strings, and then, well, anything that needs to be a regular expression will be a regular expression. So like these should be regular expressions. Like this. And then I think even these I'll just turn into specific URLs rather than a regular expression. And like those will be too. Okay, so those are the only regular expressions I care about. And then these will be like start paths. No. Like if you read the PR, they know. They're like, hey, I don't mind if you rewrite this. I'll give you an initial idea. I like what they did, but I think it's too complicated. Because these all can be strings, and I can just do a starts with instead of a like a regular expression match. Yeah. Well, I'm not that popular, Stony Eagles. I mean, if anyone wants to DM me, my DMs are open. I'll say hi to you for the most part. I don't check them that often. But okay. Hey, Tototech, welcome in. I'll just call this URLs. URLs. That's what these are. Hey, what's up, Mr. Cat Cat? Now let's do our best to convert all of these. Well, not that. All of these into strings. Can someone fake the URL? So after I get this going, we'll talk about that. And then all of these need to be just converted to // and all of these just dot. And then all of these are a trailing slash. Okay, and then this I'm just going to put as 2 URLs. So we have one that's static.alka.tv, and then one that's cdn.alka.tv. So basically the code that I'm going to write is going to check to see if a URL starts with one of these URLs. Because if the URL starts with one of these URLs, then that means it is valid to embed. Now, because I have the trailing slash here, well, no, I guess that's where, yeah, so if someone were to create a URL that is badwebsite.com/ yeah, that's what we were gonna do to begin with, is just check the host name. But the issue is, like, these I actually don't just want to allow anything from Jiffy or anything from Imager. Those need to be specific ones. But you thought that Alka was Andrew Lane from California? That's funny. So yeah, so let's say somebody created this website, badwebsite.com, but then they put a subdomain on it that was api.quoting.garden. They couldn't, because a subdomain can't have a slash in it, so this wouldn't be possible. Right. So if somebody tried to do this, it would break. So basically, that's why I do want the trailing slash on all of these. Like that. I want the trailing slash. And then these, actually, I think I will make a regular expression because they need to start and end with those specific things. Yeah, regexes, hostname, I like that. I like that. We'll call this regexes. Host names, and then URLs. Regexes? Regexps. Regexps. I think that's a good idea. Though, so yeah, we want to move those two back to regular expressions. I'm just gonna I'm gonna copy them from the existing one. Where's the whitelist? Shouldn't it be in lib? Oh, it's right here. Regexes? These. Technically, those could just be URLs. Rolex? Yeah, these are all domains, or like, I'm going to convert them into host names. This, I want this to be a specific URL because it's from JS Deliver, and I don't want anything on JS Deliver because JS Deliver will pull from any, like, any package, and I don't want that. I specifically want that package. Whereas these are all domains that, yeah, so really it's just one. It's just one URL. But we can add to it later on. Yeah, I like that, Alex. That's a good call. So we will test. Well, actually, this just has to. Yeah, we'll do the test here. Must end with slash. And then these, I can just convert all to host names. So, test. What's up, Terawatt? I can just do this. Like that. Like that. Right? The host name includes the subdomain, right? It has to, right? Primogen was saying the other day he saw regex validation in an FX code base which didn't allow emails as inputs. That sounds like a complicated regular expression. Yeah, I think it would make sense to make these specific URLs. Like this. And Pablo, thanks for the bits. No worries, thanks for being here. Doesn't matter when you get here, at least you're here. 7TV had emote on the end of it. Good call. I mean, I have to be able to trust their domain, right? Like, the thing is, like, technically, you could go find a Frankerface emote that I don't have on my channel and embed it in my chat, but I'm okay with that, because anything on Frankerface or 7TV or Better TTV, they're supposed to be there, right? And then these are CDNs from Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, so you're allowed to test it. I would say, like, obviously don't try to test it with something that could get me banned, because then I would be banned, and then we couldn't watch Coding Garden anymore. That's all right with me. We'll just go over to YouTube. But don't do that, because that would be bad. Not bad. I wouldn't like it. Don't do that. But if you want to test with an innocuous image, which is what Yu-Gi-Oh did when they exploited it, they just had a plain old image hosted on Imager. What is this even? Not that. Oh, it's this. Okay, it's like that's where that comes from. Cool. Okay. I.imager.com. Actually, can we get weird with it? Like that. But the thing is, I have to find which one of these is a GIF and which one is a PNG. That's some magic. Wizard. Okay. The issue here, though, is... Oh, yeah, I gotta fix this. I forgot. I should not have saved. In the meantime... We're going to leave our default export so that, oh dang it, so that the app still works. Okay. Now I have to look at all of these one by one and figure out which one. Well, that's Alka. That's a hello. That's a party. That's a CJ. Another CJ. Another CJ. Oh! It worked with .png, but it should have been .gif. And then... That's Phil. Phil's a good guy. Okay, this is what we wanted. I need my own CDN where mods can allow it to be displayed or not. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Does it even need the extension? Yeah, because I'm basically going to test, does the incoming URL match any one of these URLs specifically? And I think I'll just write all that code here. So export function, allow URL. So this takes in a string URL. And then we'll run it against all of these. So first we'll run it against the regular expressions. So we'll say if regexps.map, or no, sum. If any one of those regular expressions matches this URL, we're done. We don't need to check anymore. Otherwise, we'll create a capital URL. Like that. And then we can check its host name. Do I want .text instead of exec? I don't know. How does a regular expression work? Like if I have a regex, and I execute that on the string hi, I get back an array hi. But if I execute it on the string like that, I get back null. So I actually really do want, so if that is truthy, return true. Yeah. Why would I capitalize class instance? Because I don't want to I want to differentiate these. I want to differentiate these two. I guess I could call this URL string, and then this could be URL. But now we're putting the type name in the variable, and we have TypeScript for that. So when you're using TypeScript, why would you put the type name in the URL in the thing? parsed URL. Unsafe URL. Potentially unsafe URL. Can I do .test? Okay, I like test. So if any one of these returns true, then that means it's a local host or a 10 dot address, and then it returns true. Call it foo. A lot of people have opinions on this. Cool beans, the URL. We'll catch something with the allowed URL later in the string, like a query parameter. These regular expressions say the URL must start with that. So these should be okay. Because if it starts with localhost or 10 dot, then it's running on my machine. Yeah. Well, I don't want to return it because if it's false, then I need to check the next thing. So first we're checking the regular expressions, and then we're checking the host names if it didn't match a regular expression. And so I'll say if hostnames dot sum. So if any one of those we'll say parsed URL dot hostname is equal to hostname, return true. So if the URL that it's coming from matches any one of these host names, good to go. And then otherwise, we'll say if URL, so if we have the starts with array, we'll do the same thing. If any one of those URL starts with that start, it will be allowed. Host names, I like that better. I mean, it does the same thing, but I like the way that code reads better. Hostnames dot includes parsed URL dot hostname. And we'd also get fancy with it and do some destructuring like that. Cool. And then lastly, we'll just check against the actual URL. So if URLs includes this URL. Why don't I separate the logic from the data? You mean this logic right here? Like this function? There are two places in my code base that I use this function. It's used within the Electron app, and then it's also used in the DOM Purify itself. So I want to check in both. I want to reuse this function in both places. Is that what you're asking? I don't think I ever... Maybe I tried GitHub Copilot on stream. I actually don't remember. But I want to test out a URL really quick. So if I do new URL with that, and if we look at it, the host name is the full subdomain. That's what I wanted to check. Import the arrays from another file so you can make changes without risking a code change. I don't think I understand what you're saying. I think like any changes to this file, I mean, will have to be reviewed in some way. But unit test. Yeah, I've talked about unit tests before, but not in depth. Who's that? Phew. Oh, null? Where'd that come from? Oh, you're loading the favicon. But Josie just loaded the favicon into the UI here. That's funny. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, for maintainability, wouldn't it be better to get the regex and URLs in a separate file and then load them from there? Yeah, sure. In a bigger code base, yes. I'm saying I'm not gonna do that because I don't want more files. I mean, the whitelist is already at the root. I probably could put the whitelist in the lib folder. I'm okay with this all being in one file. It was in one file to begin with. Like, it was just this big array of regular expressions. Null. This one is null. Yeah. Generally, yeah, but I don't care. I don't care. What's running on port 3001? I don't know. Is it the drop game? I think it's the drop game. Or the alerts. Yeah. So yeah, okay, now we can get rid of this, and then everywhere we were pulling in the whitelist, which is here. Yeah, so background is the one that runs the Electron app, and so this prevents, this actually halts the entire network request. So we can say if allow URL with details.url, then let it happen. Otherwise, if that returns false, then that's when we give them the you can't do this URL. And then now I need to import from there. Oh! Something went wrong. Let's kill it. And then we want it on the that's why, because I saved, it wasn't exporting allow URL. And then the one other place where we're doing that is right here. So import allow URL from the whitelist, and then if it's not allowed, replace it. Okay. People are scanning all of my open ports by trying to embed a favicon. That's hilarious. Don't do that. Don't do that. I guess, like, technically that you would have gotten past the whitelist, but at what cost? At what cost? How much RAM does the chat thing consume? We can look. Yeah, so like that's a I have things running, like, actually you might have seen it the other day. I tried to generate a next app. npm init does anyone have the command memorized on how to generate a next app? npx create next app. Is that it? It doesn't need to use TypeScript. I just need to show you what it does because it's really funny. Next gives up. And I looked at their source code, and that's literally what it does. Next will check ports 3000 through 3010. Is it dev or start? Oh, never mind. Well, not never mind. Apparently, I only have things running on port 3000 through 3009. Because last time, I was running all the way up to like 3012. And so Next just quits. It's like, oh, I couldn't find a port between 3000 and 3010. And it's really funny because I looked at their source code and they literally just try 3000, 3001, 3002. Whereas if you look at like Create React App, it uses like find next available port, which they probably should do. I thought about making a PR, but I also thought about how the fact that Next.js has been out for so long and nobody else complained that it doesn't find an open port. So I'm probably the only person in the world with that problem. Create React App is fine for front-end applications. I build a lot of front-end applications. Usually, I separate my front-end and my back-end. I don't usually use Next.js. That is how I build things. And I started doing that long time ago. Oh, and I actually... Yeah, I don't want this import extensions. I want to disable that in my entire ESLint file. No, I mean, I would argue that, like, I mean, obviously people can get over it and, like, not get over it, but, like, you can learn about the differences between front end and back end and know what's happening in your next app in terms of front end and back end. But I would argue that it confuses a lot more people, especially people just starting out with React and Next. It confuses them as to what actually is back end. And then the main reason I like to separate things out is for being able to have multiple different apps that all talk to the same API. I'm not getting vendor lock-in to a specific front end piece with React. Because if I build my API separately, I could build my front end with whatever I want. What did I paste wrong? I did. You're totally right. I'm trying to talk while I'm doing this. I want import extensions. That's what I want. Thank you, Andrew. Next is, yeah, but next mixes the concepts of React. And I think at the end of the day, like, it makes sense and it makes development a whole lot easier because you're not having to separate things out. But I like how separate they are when you decouple things. Okay, that should have just fixed that error. Unable to resolve? Come on. Come on. Oh well. What's all this complaining about? Oh well. I think we've done it. Both of the places are now using this function. And someone mentioned I could write this as, oh, chat crash. Let's see. Somebody broke it. Failed to construct URL. That makes sense. Yeah, so someone's loading a bad URL. So I should put this in a try catch. Right, yeah. And then if you did a bad, then bad. Yeah, and so the Sheeboss is saying, I have no idea what a CDN is. Any help? Sure, let's talk about what a CDN is. And that's another reason why I like to separate my front end and my back end, is my front end can live on a CDN. I don't have to deploy to something like Versal, though it's really easy to deploy to Versal. But I could pick any CDN, like Surge is a CDN. Technically, you could use Versal as a CDN. AWS CloudFront is a CDN. CDNs are great. What's wrong with a CDN? A CDN is a content delivery network. Let's see if it's on Wikipedia. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, GitHub Pages is a CDN. Yep, 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 yep. Maybe it's not on. Here, or content distribution network. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing though, and like that's kind of what you're getting when you use Next.js or Next framework. In that it's created by the people at Vercel, and they've really finely tuned Vercel to be able to run your Next apps. But what if you don't want to run on Vercel? Then you've got to figure out how to deploy it elsewhere. I thought this might have a nice little image that we could look at. Yeah, that's good enough. So the idea of a CDN is just a distributed network of servers that can serve up your content. And so let's go with it. I mean, this looks like a dog, but it might be a polar bear. And then there's a rat. Let me copy this URL. Is there a reason camel case wasn't a string? Oh, because it's a JS file, and so only keys that are not valid JavaScript object property names are in quotes. That's why that's not in quotes. But when I load this image, why isn't it animated? GIF? There we go. Okay. When I load this image, you can see that it's coming from. Oh, and actually, I don't have my zoom turned on. I want command. Yeah, look at that. I can zoom. Okay. So yes, look at this GIF. Look at this GIF. But you can see that it's loaded from this URL, cdn.7tv. Oh gosh. cdn.7tv.app. So that's where it's loading that from. The idea with the CDN is whenever my computer makes a request for this, it is being served from the server closest to me. So there's probably a server maybe somewhere in California. They might even have one here in Colorado. But this gets served to me. Yeah, sorry for all that. But this gets served to me from the nearest server. And then when you in chat click this, so somebody that's not in the middle of the US or on the West Coast, click that link and then tell me where you are right now. Yeah, I mean, the fact that I live in Denver probably means that like there's stuff that's like 2 miles from my house, and that's what's that's where it's being served from. Yeah, so Fireball Monkey is in Central Europe, GrantJ is in the Netherlands. So when they clicked this link, they got served from a server that was closer to them, or in Scandinavia or whatever else. So that's the idea of a content delivery network. There's literally there's servers all over the world, and then when one user makes the request, they're getting served from the server closest to them. And typically, so with a CDN, the idea is it's usually static content. It doesn't have to just be images. It can be a JavaScript file or an HTML file or a CSS file. It's usually just static files that don't require a dynamic server. And so that's what a CDN is. It's a content delivery network. Instead of getting all of your stuff served from a single server, it gets served closest to you no matter where you are in the world. And so that the idea with the CDN is actually it's a somewhat complicated process so you can have a fully front-end website, and that's what I'm talking about. That's why I like to build fully static websites and then host them on a CDN. But yeah, the data does need to be duplicated. So let's say the person that uploaded this emote to 7TV, they uploaded it from their computer. That went to 7TV servers, and then 7TV, depending on what CDN they're using, had to now replicate that data across all of those other servers. Yeah, so Create React App will generate a fully static app. Technically, you can still generate a fully static app with Next, That is possible as well. Yeah, and so basically the owner of or the consumer of the CDN, or the owner. So in this case, 7TV, they uploaded it to one server. They're using some CDN provider like CloudFront or Akamai or some of the other ones. And so when they upload to them, the CDN service does the hard work of duplicating it across the world. And then anytime they need to replace the image, they need to invalidate the cache, which means all of those servers around the world now need to have the latest version. And it does mean that it's possible for like a few minute window, you might actually be getting served an old version of something because it hasn't been updated yet. Yeah. Create React app is fine. It's fine for front end apps. If you know that you're building a purely front end app, it's fine. Next.js does include things like file-based routing and stuff like that, which makes it a bit nicer for like initial setup. So you might choose to use that. I don't know. But yeah, I think these days we all would just use Vite anyway. Anyways, yeah. So Amazon S3 is bucket storage. By default, when you store something on Amazon S3, you're actually only storing it on one specific server somewhere. But AWS also has a service called CloudFront, which is not Cloudflare. But yeah, you're right, Terawatt. I would use Vite these days anyways. So CloudFront is a CDN that you can point at an S3 bucket. So you would upload your static stuff to an S3 bucket, and then you create a CloudFront distribution, and you can choose where in the world it is, and where the nodes are, and that replicates the data from your S3 bucket. Yeah, so the difference between them is S3 is just storage. CloudFront is a way of taking that storage and spreading it around the world so that it can load from the CDN, from a CDN. It'll load from the servers closest to the users requesting your data. So that is what a CDN is. It's a content delivery network. And then you can start talking about edge functions, because edge functions basically do this, but they do this with back-end code. Am I good? I don't know. I'm having trouble with words today. I'm having trouble with words. But edge functions, same thing, but instead of static files, it is literal back-end code. Yeah, so uploading to S3 would be like uploading to one specific static file server, and if you if you've ever used S3, you know that they give you one like a base URL you can use to load that file that's hosted on S3. But that's just one server. Once you put CloudFront in front of it, then you get this distributed network. I think Cloudinary does a lot of stuff with like image processing, but they also offer a CDN. So yeah. But so I just described a CDN, right? And it's static files. So whether it's images, like front-end JavaScript files, HTML, CSS, even videos, anything that's a static file can be hosted on a CDN. But if you now have a back-end app, so let's say you built something with Next.js, that requires node.js to run. So you couldn't do this because these CDN servers, I guess technically you call this the edge as well, but they're not edge functions. But technically these CDN servers are just static file servers. They're not running back-end code. But the idea with edge functions is now you have all of these servers around the world that can run your back-end code. And so when someone makes a request to your website, it is, whoa, welcome in, MeDoDev. Thank you for the raid. Wow, welcome in, raiders. Yeah, heck yeah. Shouts out to, MeDoDev. Thanks for being here. What were you working on? Oh, hablas español. Yo hablo un poquito español. Teeny tiny. Bienvenidos. That's all I know. I'm sorry. Maybe I can help you all work on your Spanish. Yeah. Bienvenidos a todos. Well, thanks for coming in here. So I'll let me. Can I speak? Yeah. Voice input isn't supported in this browser. I'm using Firefox, Do I even have? I don't even have Chrome on my computer. Does anyone know? Yeah, does anyone know a translate app that will let me speak into it to take my voice? Yeah, that's so lame. I guess I could install Chrome really quick. Let me install Chrome so I can... I'll just type it out. Welcome in, everyone. This is the Coding Garden. Today, we are fixing my overlays. Built with Vue.js and... I realize probably most of you do speak some English, because I've talked about this in the past, but to even get into programming and web development these days, you have to... you kind of have to speak English, which is unfortunate. And I think things are changing. Like I've seen so many Spanish-speaking Twitch streamers and like people that are just making it so much more accessible for people that speak Spanish. So yeah, okay. What do I want to say? And can I speak into it? Built with it. I'm just gonna answer this. When you arrived, we were talking about CDNs and edge functions. Welcome. You are great. I appreciate you. Okay, here we go. Bienvenido en todos. Este es el jardín de codificación. Oh, is that how you say coding garden? Jardín de codificación. Hoy estamos arreglando mis superposiciones. Superposiciones? Is that how you say overlays? I want to hear it.
Bienvenido en todos. Este es el jardín de codificación. Hoy estamos arreglando mi superposición.
Okay. Superposiciones. I don't know. Construido con Vue.js y Electron. Cuando llegaste, estábamos hablando de CDN y edge functions. It's really funny to me when you mix English with Spanish like that. Hablando de CDN y edge functions. Bienvenidos. Eres genial. Te aprecio. Regardless, yeah. So we were talking about CDNs. What were you all working on? JavaScript. This is like JavaScript news. Is that what you were doing? Thank you, not King Dev. But I'll do like a 2-minute version of what a CDN is. I believe it. That was a really bad translation. All right, but we were talking about what is CDN. So CDN is Content Delivery Network, and we talked about you could host an image like this. So this is an example of a GIF on 7TV, and you can see that it's at cdn.7tv.app. But basically, the people at 7TV uploaded that image somewhere, and then whenever you visit this image, so if you click on this link in the chat, if you click on that, that is served from a CDN, which means it is going to be served from the distribution server that's closest to you. So I guess I don't know which part of the world you all are from, but if you're in Mexico or Spain, South America or Europe, wherever you are, when you click that link, it's actually getting served to you from a server that's closest to you. And that's what a content delivery network is. Madrid, so that's Spain, right? So it's Peru. That's South America, right? do I know my geometry very well? But when you click that link, it's Chile. That is South America. It's getting served from the server closest to you, and that's what a content delivery network is. And this is really just for static files, so like images, front-end JavaScript, videos, front-end HTML files, CSS files. Those are the kind of things you could put on a CDN. So that's what a content delivery network is. And then we started talking about edge functions, which is a new thing, where it allows you to put code that can run really close to to your end users, because these are just basically like static file servers in terms of CDNs. But if you want them to actually run code, that's where edge functions come into play. So whenever you make a request to the app, if it's running on edge functions, it's actually running back in code on a server that's nearest to you. In Versal, is an example of, hey, time's up. But Versal is an example of a way to deploy edge functions where to the developer, it's transparent to you, right? You deploy something here, it just works, but behind the scenes, they're actually spinning it up on multiple servers around the world. So that way, when you make the request, it gets to you fastest because it's running closer to you. So yeah. But yeah. All right, that was my spiel of what a CDN and what edge functions are. Exactly, and like that's the tricky part when you start dealing with edge functions. So one computer guy has it that only allows you to run code without the database, right? No option to replicate on the functions, right? So that's a different kind of scaling, right? So you would build your backend code to run like this, but then you would also need a database that can scale in a similar way. So you'd have to scale out your database, and by default, if you do nothing, if you're just hosting your database on like a regular database provider, all of those edge functions around the world now have a bottleneck, because now all of those edge functions that want to talk to your database have to talk to the same database. So you kind of like lose the benefit of the code being spread around the world. So then you have to figure out how do you scale your database. Yeah, and the thing is like, so it's basically like serverless Lambda functions that are spread around the world. So basically, it's usually less expensive because you're only paying for the requests that happen instead of having to pay for the server running all the time, which is why a lot of people like to do it. But depending on what you're building, you could get tons and tons of requests. So it would make it so that it actually would be more expensive. So, yeah. Is this a spoiler for the game? I don't know what game is happening right now, but yeah. Yeah, so I'll show you the overlays that we're working on. Does that mean the same files exist on different servers? Yeah, so it does, and like that's basically kind of like the trade-off is, so like let's say, so this one rat, this dancing rat, I don't know if he's dancing, he's shaking his head. This rat that's shaking his head exists all over the world. There's a copy of him on every server. So if they wanted to upload a new version of this rat, they would have to invalidate the cache. So basically they would have to say, for all of those servers around the world, please replace this rat with the latest version of the rat. And so that is one of the downsides is when you need to make updates, it takes a little bit for that to propagate around to, the world to all of the CDN servers. But at the end of the day, your site works faster for people around the world. Yeah. Can I go to fast.com? Is that going to reveal anything? I'm on a gigabit connection. Yeah, don't talk about the game. You're going to spoil it for people. Check this out. Actually, no, this is not good. I was about to say, I thought this was a gigabit. I'm on Wi-Fi right now. I technically should have 300 megabit on my Wi-Fi. Boo. Yeah. Here's if I run it on my streaming computer. Let's see. My partner is on the internet right now as well, so like she's probably in a video call, which is reducing the amount of bandwidth that I get. But on that computer, I've got 800 megabits. I technically have a gigabit connection though. It's technically fiber. Yeah. I will not show more info. Okay, let's talk about other stuff now. So that was fun. We talked about CDNs. But I think the reason that even came up is because we were actually working on a whitelist for my overlays here. I'll show this. So all of the well, that's the thing. Like if I run a speed test in the middle of the night, I get over a gigabit download. Yeah. And Rodrigo is saying this is where memory data grid middleware helps for scaling, like Hazelcast. That's a lot of words that I don't know, but I think you're talking about like CDNs and stuff. But we're working on this. So this is an Electron app I've built that loads the chat, and it is it's using common components. So over here I have a chat overlay, this one here, but it's using the same code that it's shared, and I've got a lot of features in it. Like you can do interesting stuff, like a marquee. Hola mundo. And then it actually interprets it like that. So you can run some code in my overlay, not all code. And to protect against malicious things, I have this whitelist. So this is what we were working on when you all arrived. Basically, any images or URLs that are loaded from these domains are I allow in the overlay, or these specific host names, because some of these are from VIPs and mods of the channel, and then some of these are like the actual CDN for Better Twitch TV, 7TV, Franker Faces, that kind of thing. And so that's what we were working at. Yeah, so you can try to cross-site script it, but we've protected against most things. And basically the update that we just made is we went from a giant list of regular expressions. So this is what it was before. Just a bunch of regular expressions. But this was bad because if I typed a regular expression wrong, then someone could potentially embed bad images, which did happen. They didn't embed bad images, but they showed me that my regular expression was wrong. So we changed it so that we only have a few regular expressions, and then we can check against the host name if the URL starts with it, and then specific URLs that you're allowed to load in. What's the scroll amount, Omar? Oh, like how fast it goes? Yeah, I don't know. I think we stripped that attribute out. Okay. Yeah, and like that. Let me add Stony Eagle CDN before I commit this code. Cool. Nice. Okay, so you'll see it in action. So I trust Stony Eagle. They've been here at the Coding Garden for a while now. So I can go in here to host names and add cdn.nomercy.tv. And if I add that and refresh, I think I have to kill the Electron app. Yeah, because it's blocking it right now. How are the regular expressions wrong? I'll show you really quick because it's, I mean, that's why you want to be really particular about where you use regular expressions. But basically, I left off this on the regular expression. So that little hat, that caret, says the URL must start with this. And because I left that off, now we have a regular expression where if this string is anywhere in the URL, it will match. So someone was able to host an image on another website that just had this URL in the path, and that allowed it to load the image in. So they could host something on badwebsite.com, but as long as the image had this in the name, it loaded it in. So that was the bad thing. And that's why we moved away from those. But here it is. Nice logo, Stony Eagle. That's great. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and we talked about that. So basically, because 7TV is a CDN, pretty much any image hosted on their website or any emote, you could technically embed in my overlay. But yeah. Welcome, Portix. Glad to have you here. I have an older video on deploying a React app to various places. This one. But I don't really talk about the different kinds of hosting. I've done that before. I feel like I've done that before on one of my Q&A sessions. Maybe it was the what is back in development one. And Grandpa's iPad. Thank you for the 5 gifted. You're too kind. Too kind. I feel like I might have actually talked about, like, virtual private servers versus shared hosting. I don't know where it is, but I did talk about that kind of stuff at one point. I think I missed a lot of these, but Ched, thanks for the resub. Dynamic Voyage, thank you for the resub. The She-Boss, thanks for the gift. Nuki Poo, thank you for the resub. The She-Boss with another gift. Trash Dev with that raid earlier, thank you for that. Pablo, thank you for the bits. Midu, thanks again for that raid, and thanks for all the raiders that stuck around. Mo Saeed, thank you for the resub. And Grandpa's iPad, thank you for the 5 gifted. Okay. Okay. Let's work on something else. So we fixed the whitelist. Great. I will commit this code. Is this a picture of a crane? Where did you find this picture of a crane? Is that on... Oh, it's on, I see. It's on their CD. Yeah. Is that just like on your website, Stony Eagle? How did they find that? That's funny. Okay. Those are aliases. I'll show you those aliases in just a second. But this code, yeah, we got the latest code. But it's an alias. So in my bash profile, I have it set up so that whenever I do GAA, it does get add all. Or when I do GSS, it does get status -s. If we take a look at my bash profile, and Kirabel, thank you for the prime. Basically, this my bash profile loads every time, and then all of these aliases get loaded in. So get add all, and get commit, and get push. Yeah. Well, I shout out to RWX Rob. I was lurking his stream the other day, and he was showing people his aliases. I was like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. Just the type of, yeah, so any alias you have, if you do type, it will tell you what it's alias to. Like here, I have a beer, get checkout -b drunk. Yeah. Yeah, if you check out my dot files, you can see my bash profile there. But really, if you use omyzish, it works with built-in commands. Ah, it's kind of like a which. But if you do which on an alias, that doesn't work. So that's cool. I didn't know that. Type is cool. Type CJ. Type not found. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So if you're using omyzish, that has all of those aliases already built in. So if you just install this, you get those aliases by default. And then there's also omybash and omyposh. These are all really easy ways to customize your shell. Where'd you get this 4K image? Are you guys just finding stuff on... I might have to take your CDN off. or if you know there's going to be a specific path that you're loading things from, Stony Eagle. That's funny. People will probably forget. It's fine. You don't have anything weird hosted there, right? But again, so if you use bash, you could check out omybash. And I think omyposh works for multiple shells. It's true. It's no, yeah, anything that's hosted there is probably allowed to be there. Yeah, so all of that to say, if you use one of those tools, they likely have already created those aliases for you. But if you look at my dot files, specifically the bash profile is the one that has those aliases. Bspawn. Well, I'm glad you're here for now, the she-boss. You think you're going to lose power? Is that what you're saying? But yeah, the aliases are there. Okay, let's pick something else to work on. This could be good. Honestly, I think I'm going to do this one. Allow US state flags. So, oh, you're going to... I see. I don't know why I just typed clear there. Hi. Vibrating the chat could be fun. We'd have to deal with some CSS animations. Go ahead and ask your question. What's a scam, Tarawat? Come on. This is a good one. If I was using EJS, maybe you'd have gotten me with that. But I am using Vue and purifying all the stuff. We're going to wait for Pablo's question and then decide if we're going to answer it and then write some code if not. So for the, for all of this, I use OBS, Open Broadcast Software. We made it so that big text turns into small text because people were abusing it. People would put like H1s inside of H1s to get like really, really big text. But this is the software that I use. And then I do have a blue screen. So if you go to my gear page, this. Basically just have a big blue screen behind me. And then OBS allows me to make it invisible. It's called chroma keys. Chroma key. I guess I can show you that. Is there anything weird? Yeah. This is the reality of the situation. I'm just sitting in a basement with a big blue screen behind me. Yeah. Wait, is that old? The chat. This chat is broken. Okay, we're back. All right. Pablo has a question. I'm writing a JavaScript library, and I have some automation tasks, like pulling markdown files for the docs from the README, and pack a browser version of the library that just namespaces the exports. Right now, I just use some node script with FS. Would you use something else like Rollup or Vite? Yeah. I would probably use Rollup. And there are very few libraries that I have starred on GitHub. But one of the ones that I have starred is a project generator for TypeScript, TSDX. I don't, and it's from the creator of Bun, by the way. Isn't that the same guy? I think that's the same guy. Or no, is it the same guy? It might not be the same guy. Regardless, no, Jared Palmer is the creator of jQuery, isn't he? Yeah, creator of jQuery. That's different. Right? What's the creator of Bun? What's his name? Jared Sumner. Yeah. Did he quit after Jared? No, like, the web would not be what it is today without Jared Palmer. I think, isn't it? Didn't he create? Maybe he didn't. I don't know what I'm thinking. Maybe I'm thinking of a different Jared. I've got my my open source history confused. Who Who created John Ressig? Yeah, it's John Ressig. I don't know why I thought this guy created jQuery. Regardless, he's created a lot of cool stuff. One of them is TSDX, which is it lets you create a TypeScript library, and it's a project generator for that. So it makes it so that you can have you have your code base, you do all the stuff you want to do with TypeScript and such, and then it has all of the rollup configs so that when you publish to NPM, it creates the ECMAScript module version, the CommonJS, that's the same thing, CommonJS version, the require and module.exports version. It creates all the different kinds of versions that you would need so that people from all over the world can, or not, people that use different types of module systems can load your module. So I think the answer to your question is rollup. And you could probably take a look to see here how they're doing it here in rollup. But to answer your question, if you have a lot of other dev-specific tasks that need to be done, I would probably chain those in a rollup config. Yeah. Let's see if I answered your question, Jiri. I might not have. There was a lot of questions last time. I didn't. Do you have any other ones? I didn't answer them, so tune in next week. Next week, I think I'll have another Q&A session. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you should be able to npm install -g. Well, not even that. Brew install Fortune. If it's saying command not found, it could be an issue with your bash profile. So take a look at your bash profile and make sure there's not any weird new lines or anything like that. If you look up my setup repo, I have a command you can run. So if you were trying to like copy my bash profile, instead of like copy pasting it, if you run this command, that'll just download it exactly. So you can be sure that there's not any syntax errors in there. Thanks, Terawatt. Is that the entire Shrek in one GIF? Wow. Wow. I don't know why I confused John Ressig with Jared Sumner. What else did Jared? I feel like he did some other cool things in open source. Yeah. Let's say Tuesday next week. It's not on the calendar yet, but we'll do it on Tuesday. Yeah. Oh. This is interesting. You set the height and width to 1080? But then it just doesn't have a scroll. Formic! I used Formic a ton. That's where I know his name from. Yeah. Yeah, Formic was like a form management. Not was, it still is, but there are other tools people use these days. Yeah, because this has overflow hidden, so... Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Veritatas. All right, let's write some code. So for those of you that are new here, there are some interesting things you can do in my overlay. If you would like to set an icon, so you can see that InGriffin has this icon, BBC iPlayer. Terawatt has the Go logo. Shaw has a little bug. Veritatas has Vue. One Computer Guy has React. What else? Mark has the GNOME logo. Oscar has the Python logo. So you too can put a logo next to your messages. Oh, the lit logo, the Angular logo, and 14 Fish. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. I don't know if I think I missed it, but Kirabel, thanks for the Prime. Shah, thanks for that gift. Ablomo, thank you for that Prime as well. Okay, but if you want to set your team, you can go to here, the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet. you want to make sure that it's solid and a brand. But anything on this list you can choose. You can also choose anything from simple icons. I'm going to set mine to .NET. But so pick a word from either one of those. The only correct logo is Java. And then do !team followed by that thing. And it'll put that next to all of your messages. So I now have the .NET logo, which is really hard to read because it's purple. So I'm going to choose something else. I'll do Ableton Live. Cool. Thank you, 14 Fish. I appreciate that. Yeah, much appreciated. So yeah, changing the colors. Maybe we work on that next. Let's work on that. Do I have that? Yeah, custom badge color. Because right now we are using the color. We're using the default color that comes from Simple Icons, the brand color. But yeah, so my name being a gradient is actually from 7TV. I'm a 7TV subscriber, and I think it should be updated. Yeah, I changed it back to that green. I think we'll work on that next. So we'll basically make it so that you can set the color of the team that you're on. But the other thing you can do is set your country. So if you do !flag followed by your 2-character country code, for me it's the US. But if you do that, then all of your messages will have your country flag on it as well. Thank you, Weirdo Flex. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna allow hex. I'll allow a hex value. Is the highest gifted? Yeah, so this is for this month. Though, I mean, if you look at the Sheboss, they have gifted a ton, and I appreciate them. They've gifted over 100? That's crazy. Thank you for all the support, the Sheboss, if you're still watching. But yeah, this leaderboard is just for this month. Gradients could be cool too. Yeah. What hashtag? Who did a hashtag? Oh, you might have to look in specifically how to get Homebrew working with an M1 Mac. That could be the issue. There was someone that left a comment on my article, and they mention how to fix it for an M1. Yeah, this person made an article a few months ago, and then they talked about. You can probably find this online too, but before installing Homebrew, you need to install the Rosetta 2 emulator. That's what this is saying you need to do. Yeah, so you do have to figure out the workarounds, like the Sheboss is saying. That's a rude question, Shaw. I know you put Kappa on there, but that is a rude question. So all of the overlays, like it took me months, years to make all of this stuff, but there's pretty much a live stream for every single thing that's on that's happening on my screen. If you look at this document that talks about the various stuff, right? These days we're usually just working on Sproutkit, which is the stuff down here. Fob, can you clarify? What do you mean hashtag? Oh. It tries to render it as an H1, I believe, because it's markdown. I think that's what's happening. Yeah. Cool. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier how much RAM my chat overlay is using. Let me tell you. Apparently I'm using 80% of my RAM right now. Not this one app, but I need to pull up Activity Monitor. Yeah, make your predictions. Make your predictions. Thing is, I have I don't know which to believe. I'll show you this in just a second. Okay. Here we go. Are you ready? I think it's roughly 2, 3. It's about 400. Yeah, about 400 megabytes. You can see it here. So it's tricky to see because npm run electron serve is what I ran from the command line, and that alone is taking up 23 megabytes. And then it is just the electron app. So I think it's the combined total of these. It's multiple processes. So 2, 3, maybe like 450? 450? Yeah. Yeah. That's the amount. Yeah, the amount of RAM that thing was using. I can't run it with bun. Not supported. All right. I did say I was only going to be live for 2 hours today, but I think we'll implement this and then I'll have to get out of here. But we're going to allow you to do a custom badge color, and that is going to require some back-end code. Because right now, cool. Right now, all of the messages that are being sent from Twitch, I have a backend running that is taking those messages in and then processing them and then spitting them out as a WebSocket so that I can get them in this overlay over here. So when you do things like set a team or set a flag, that's getting set in my backend database. So what I need to do is I need to now look for a command like team color. I think we're going to go with that. That's what the command is going to be. And then I'll look for a hex code. Like that. And then I'll store that in the database. And then we'll go to the front end. And if that is set, we'll set the color to be that. That's what we're going to do. Okay, let me pull open the backend code. Yeah, if you do exclamation mark commands, you'll see them. So some people have tried to embed CSS, and then I gradually disabled a lot of the style attributes and stuff like that. Am I going to allow alpha? No. No. Should I use that regex? I'm going to search the web to figure out a way to validate hex, but here we are. There's a lot of back-end code happening, but at some point, this piece of code runs that checks to see the command that got run. And so right now, this is what happens whenever you set your team. Internally, I'm using feathers.js, so when you clear your team, I remove it, and then when you set it, I call the user service to patch your specific thing. So really all we need to do is copy-paste this. So now we'll say if the command is equal to team color. I like the dash in there. I like the dash. I'm gonna go with the dash. So team color. And if you do team color remove, set it to undefined. I like the dash. I like the dash. And then instead of checking against fonts, awesome, or simple icons, we need to validate hex code. And this is going to be color. And we're also going to replace the hash with nothing. So you don't have to specify the hash, and we'll add it. I got so used to working in Dino where the default. Oh, I'll alias it. Yeah. So for all you people that spell color wrong, color, or how do you color, like that. Color. Get rid of it. I mean, I can add it to my spelling suggestions. Look, even my editor is saying you spelled color wrong. That's funny. Add it to workspace settings. There we go. Cooler. Okay, so I don't know if I'd handled this before, but like, if I do args.shift and there's no arg left, yeah, so I'm getting rid of empty messages. But am I getting rid of or am I taking care of if you specify an empty arg? Args.shift could return undefined. Right? Pretty sure. This could be a bug. It doesn't crash the backend, but I'm just gonna add it to do here. Team color. Yeah. This could be a bug. Yeah, I'll look in my backend logs really quick because I see some people doing it, but I'm gonna stop that right now by just doing this. So if there's nothing left, done. Clear, remove, clear, remove, clear, remove, clear, remove. Cool. That should be fine. And then now I don't have to do this weirdness right here. I want 6? How many? Hex has how many things? 6? Or a hex color? A through Z, 0 through 9. Yeah, and I'm not going to let you do alpha, so then I just want to do this. And it must start with that, and it must end with that. I said I was going to look it up, but then I just wrote it out. This should be fine. Because I'm removing the hash. Oh, you're totally right. And you're right. It is A through F as well. I guess I could do 3. Yeah, well brained. So basically what was happening there is if args.length is 0, then it will return and stop. So yeah, that's the same thing as if args.length is equal to 0. I think I want to... I was going to say limit it to 6, but... Okay, how do I do this? Let's say 6, 3, or 4, or 6. Yeah, I'm going to test it before we do it, but I think this is it. I probably should have just copy-pasted the regex that Terawatt sent earlier. Let's try it. All right. It's the opposite. I want to do if this matches that. No. No. It doesn't work for some reason. Oh, that gives you an alpha color? Then no, I don't want to allow it. It has to be 6. It has to be 6. I don't want to do alpha. Because people do weird stuff where I won't be able to see what their team is. I guess that's not the end of the world. Yeah, it has to be 6. Three or 6? Yeah, okay. 3 is fine, because 3 doesn't have alpha. And it looks like the comma is the way to go. I have a front-end function that makes sure that the color does contrast well with the background. It's not perfect, though. That one does need updating. Okay, this should be good, then. So I actually want to do, yeah, color.match against that. And, sorry, okay. Yeah, so we have the range. Oh, it's a range? Which means, technically I could do 4? Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Do I just have to OR the whole thing? Regex is bad, okay. That probably could be it, Descartes, is just check the length before I do anything else. I'm just gonna check the length beforehand. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, Oscar. So we'll say if color.length is 3 or 6, and it matches. Oh, I like that solution, Crayon. Match 3, and there's either going to be one of them or 2 of them. but it's too complicated. I'm gonna stick with this. I like that though. That's a good solution. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can use test. Does test exist on the regular expression, or does it exist on a string? Then I have to invert it. I'm okay with match. Yeah, or you could repeat the regex. I'm gonna stick with what we got right here. This is fine. Also, I like that we're using the in keyword. Though, is this supported in Node version 16? That's what I'm running on my backend. I'm just going to do this. So right now, I do not make enough money from Twitch. You can see on this scene, I have 400. Let me try to move it a little bit. Yeah, I've got about 400 subs, and I get a portion of that. Why not, funny boy? Because I'm not good at regex, that's why. But that makes sense. So, check A through F. Thank you, Shark Turtle. Thank you. I was not baiting subs. I really appreciate the support though. Thank you. And Razor One, thank you for the resub. And Heart Bottles, thank you for the prize. You all are great. Did I too lowercase it? I did. Yeah. I already. There we go. Simplifying the code. Thank you for that. Well, all of that to say, like the place I'm gonna hopefully make my money is by releasing a course, and to me, that's my efforts are better spent there right now, which is why I'm not like the thing is like if I went really full time, like if I streamed 8 hours a day 5 days a week, not that I want this. If I did that, I could get my sub numbers up, but if I release a course, then that will be passive income because I do the work once, 25 hours a day, 8 days a week. So if I know like there's a lot of you that would be here if I did that, but it's right now it is more worth my time to spend time working on a course because then that becomes passive income, right? I release the course is good to go and will probably still be relevant for like at least 2 or 3 years, and I'll update it every now and then, but I do the work once and now people pay for that course and now I'm making revenue, I'm making income, which is why I'm not streaming all the time because I'm spending time that I'm not streaming working on the course. But that's my hope. So it's probably going to be released in a couple of months. I keep pushing the date back just because I procrastinate and also like I'm trying to figure things out. The course is going to be called Full Stack 101. Full stack 101. Yeah, I mean, I think like here's the thing. I'm going to make the case that this course actually will be good for back-end devs that want to learn more about front-end as well, or front-end devs that want to learn more about back-end, or non-technical people that want to understand how the web works. Thank you, Noxy Boy. Thank you for the bits. I'm gonna release it on Udemy. That's my plan right now, and then eventually I'm gonna make my own course platform. All of that to say, in order for someone to make a living on Twitch, like, so I'm legally not allowed to tell you how much of a percentage I get from subs, but it is common knowledge that affiliates get half of every Twitch sub. So let's say I was an affiliate. I have 416 subscribers, and let's say they're all tier 1 subscribers. Tier 1 is $4.99, right? Or let's say $4.99. But for affiliates, Twitch takes half of that. So this is how much money I'm getting from Twitch subs, right? I was making, as a software engineer, over $10,000 a month. So I would need 10 times this to come close. So this pays half of my mortgage. Still have another half of my mortgage. I still got to buy food. I still got to pay for my internet, my water bill, and everything else. So if I had 4,000 subs, we're getting closer, but that's still not as much money I was making as a software engineer. And that's actually not a lot for a senior dev with the amount of experience that I have. This in the US is actually really low. There are some junior devs that make this. But I was working at a smaller company. I wasn't working at like a really big company. And and the cost of living here in Denver is higher. Though I bought a house 3 years ago at this point, so I bought at the perfect time. That's actually one of the best investments I've ever made, because now the cost of rent and the cost of buying homes is so high, but I bought it so much cheaper than they are now, so I can live for about that. Yeah. But that's sort of saying, yeah, so for a developer in the United States, that actually is like that. This is probably somewhat closer, maybe like mid-level devs or even some junior devs might get that. Yeah. And that would have been pre-tax. So yeah, and I guess are you in is that Colombia? Yeah, so one computer guy's in Colombia who says, here we make about $1,000 or $2,000 a month. A senior could be around $3,000 to $4,000 a month. Yeah. That would have been pre-tax, not post-tax. I mean, we could ask Twitch chat what their salary is. I mean, I'll be fully transparent. I was making $135,000 a year, $135K. That was my salary as a senior developer with over 10 years of experience. A lot would argue that this is low, and so this is pre-tax. How much do you make per year? Well, I didn't give it up. The thing is, I could get another job probably making more than that, but I really liked the company I was at. It was a very small company. I had a lot of control over what I did and control over my schedule, and I could make all the technical decisions, and there were not a lot of company politics because the company was so small. So I took a pay cut because I wanted to work in an environment like that. If you go and work at like a larger corporation, you could probably double this with my experience. Like if you had the amount of experience that I have, you could probably double this salary. But I'm not willing to. Is there an extra zero? Is it million? It's million, isn't it? Or no, it's this. It's this. 135. That 135,000. But I liked the environment. I liked the small team. I didn't have to work overtime. This was a perfect salary for me. So yeah. Yeah. So if you're used to thinking about by the hour, it's about $65 an hour. So yeah. Okay, let's do a poll. How much do you make per year? Let's say less than 20,000. And I think the issue is like there's a lot of people here that don't live in the U.S. We'll go in increments of 20. How about that? $40 to $60? 60 to 100, and then more than 100K. Is the euro 1-to-1 right now? That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I believe in you, the botanizer who says, still learning JS, getting a career. This seems so far away right now, but you'll get there. You'll absolutely get there. I quit so that I could do this full time, and this is before taxes. Like, what is whenever you got hired, what was the salary listed? So before taxes. Because, I mean, taxes vary by where you live in the world as well. Like, yeah. Oh yeah, no additional votes. Sorry. Are these good ranges? I think this is somewhat good data because, like, I don't know. Yeah, 40% taxes in Germany. Like, it can get around, like, I don't know. Taxes automatically get taken out of my pay, or used to get taken out of my paycheck, so I don't know how much I was actually paying. Yeah, I believe it. There are people that make that much money. Where's the intern ops? So that's the thing, though. Like, my first internship, which at this point was 11, 12 years ago, I was making, I think, at least $35 an hour, which was, like, for being in college was amazing. Okay. Vote now. Put 300,000. Honestly, like, if you make more than 100K, like, I don't know. That's an interesting point to hear, though. So Andreas is saying they have 2.5 years of experience. They started watching me before their first job, and they make more than twice now than they did back then. So yeah, like, your salary is not linear. Like, the more experience you get, like, it will jump up. Yeah. What's the better language for a career in game dev, C# or C++? I guess it depends on the kind of games. And that, I mean, I don't know a lot about game development, but Unity, which is a game dev platform, you can use C#, and you can build games that work on multiple consoles and multiple operating systems. And there might be some AAA games made with Unity. There probably are. There are AAA games made with Unity, but the one that a lot of AAA games made with are Unreal Engine, and I don't know the language you use here. It's probably C++. The thing is, a lower level language like C++ is going to be more performant, but you're going to be using an SDK and a framework of some kind anyways. I don't know. So they use, yeah, so pick one. C# is probably easier. You don't have to deal with as much memory management, though it can be slower depending on what you're trying to do. I would say you should be getting, I mean, I guess it depends on where you are in the world, but a lot of places in the world, it's actually illegal to not pay your interns. And I would say as a software intern, like, if you're writing code, you should be getting paid for that code that you're writing. Yeah. Can I just adopt you? I mean, I can't have that many kids. That's crazy. Yeah, that's another interesting thing to hear, especially if you're feeling imposter syndrome or something like that. The Shibas is saying a friend of theirs forced them to apply for jobs, whether they felt ready or not, and they thought they bombed their first interviews. But you were still offered jobs, so yeah. Yeah, that's true. So, like, your salary goes up, but inflation is happening as well. So yeah. And I would agree with this. You're better than you think. Oh wow. So yeah, you're interviewing for an internship where you'll be making about 27K. Yeah. Latin America is probably capped at about 20K. Yeah, I mean, Crazy Boy is about to double their salary almost. we should do a salary for people making more. I mean, it's interesting to see, like, pick a bucket, but also, like, this data isn't that useful because people in the chat are from all over the world. Like, yeah. I guess there are other Twitch streamers where most of their chat is the United States. I think. But mine is all over the world. Yeah. I agree. There's a lot of hype around Fang. Oh yeah, Godot is another game framework you can use C# with. That's true. AngelScript, never heard of it. Yeah, Unreal is C++, but it's pretty much its own dialect. I would imagine, like, you're already using all of their built-in stuff anyway, so, like, it's more than just the core C++ language. Inverse gate. Oh, that's true. It's the inverse. It's not the bell curve. It's an inverse curve. I've always said I wouldn't use Nest.js just because it's very opinionated, and I like things that are less opinionated. But I'm slowly changing my mind about that. Like, who I should adopt? I'm not adopting anyone. I can barely afford my own. I mean, I have a dog. I have a very, I was gonna say very expensive. I have a dog that takes up a lot of my time. I care for him. He's basically like my kid. I don't need more kids. Oh wow, that's crazy to think about. I've done some in the past. I don't have any of it around here, but if you look at my overlays repo, I made an 8-bit LED. So this is an interesting. I did like an intro to C programming for Arduino at the beginning of this, and then we used NodeBots, which lets you use JavaScript. And we made a little 8-bit LED. And so in the chat, you could do !LED followed by an 8-bit number, and it would pick the right LED to light up. Yeah, I probably should plug it back in. It's interesting of you to say that, Noxy boy. All of this proves is that you should be giving me more money. No, I don't expect it. I think the other thing is, like, it's hard to program for 8 hours a day and to stream programming content. I mean, you all, like, I feel like there are a lot of you from the raid that are still here, and I've barely written any code, right? Like, I've written like 2 lines of code since you've been here. We've just been doing a lot of chatting. So I mean, like, most of programming streaming is chatting anyways. I don't know. Don't be sad, Shimes. Like, that's a perfect salary. That's a perfect salary. And like I said, like this poll isn't good because it really depends on where you are in the world. Really depends. And that means you're in this bracket, so you're good. You're good. And Razor1, thank you very much for the gift. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky to think about because, like, finding a place where you like working there, you like what you're doing, you like your coworkers, that's actually one of the hardest things to find. I have found in my career. So it's like basically you take the pay cut just to have a better day-to-day experience at work, which feeds into your mental health overall, so it's probably worth it in the long run. I don't know. It's true, Physique. Everyone is just doing their best. What's up, NSD from Romania? Welcome in. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Are U.S. taxes worse than the U.K.? I don't know. You can look at the U.S. income tax bracket. It changes every year. So for this past year, if you made between 86,000 and 164,000, your tax rate was 24%. However, that's just income tax. That does not include, I don't think that includes like Medicare, Medicaid, and like Social Security tax, right? Finance people, tell me, like this is misleading because that's not all. And then also, depending on if your employer supports it or not, you have to pay $400 a month for health insurance. So that's kind of just like a health insurance tax in a way. But some people don't have to pay anything because their employer pays everything for their health insurance. Yeah, 24% is on the income earned within that range. Yeah, and so like my my partner, her company, pays for all of her health insurance. She doesn't have to pay a dime for health insurance. That's about right. So I'm paying 23% in taxes, 7.6% in FICA and state insurance taxes. And then my take-home salary is 68% of what I was making. This seems about right. Why are we talking about this? It feels like less, though. There had to be other things they were taking money out for. It was less than that. I don't know. And it's true, like there's a vast difference in the cost of living across the United States. Like, I mean, I realize that for those of you unfamiliar with the U.S., it's a really big country. There's a lot of states, and there's a lot of spread here in terms of, like, usually if you're living on the coasts, it's a lot more expensive, especially in bigger cities. Like, there's Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, like all the big cities here, like LA, San Francisco, San Diego, they're expensive. Big cities like New York City, and all of these are expensive. Like, the more towards the middle of the U.S. you get, like, it's kind of less expensive, but Colorado is pretty expensive. Let's see if we can find a map with it. I don't know what year this is from, though. It's got to be outdated. This is from 2019. So you can see that these states it's a bit cheaper to live in, and then these states it's more expensive. Colorado's getting up there, though. Right now I can't because I'm living. Well, I mean, I'm living off of savings, and then also my my partner is helping out with a lot. So I don't want to make anyone feel bad. You shouldn't feel bad. Just feel aware, more aware, not bad. Because there you can. Actually, I don't know what I want to say about that. I'm sorry we made you feel bad. Yeah. Show dog. He literally won't come down the stairs. But you can see a video of him there. Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call them pets, but there are spiders that live in my basement and that are here right now. My dog is named Panzer. Yeah. And I'm way behind on chat. Nuxt is cool. I always just reach for view because I don't really do that much server-side rendered stuff. So yeah, I'm way behind. Oh yeah, we made a tic-tac-toe game with an LED grid. That was fun too. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know there's flooding there. Yeah, shouts out to all the people that won't hear this because they don't have electricity. I'm sorry, that was a bad thing to say, but yeah, that sucks. Oh, thanks for the bits, David. Didn't see that. If you become a billionaire, you don't have to pay taxes at all. I switched my job 3 times. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think about... Yeah, so that's federal, and then you have to think about state and local taxes as well. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird to think about because, like, I guess in other parts of the world, like, you're paying more taxes, but also you're getting potentially more benefits. I don't know. Yeah, she has a programming related job. I see. In the US, you half the cost with your employer. Or if they have that as benefits, they'll pay for the whole thing. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and then you have to think about, does your company match your 401k contribution? Because that's more take home as well. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on the city that you're in. But the city I'm in is very... You kind of need a car to get around. Yeah, New England has a high cost of living as well. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, depending on where you are in Texas, I guess you're in Austin, aren't you? I think you are anyways. I think that's probably one of the most expensive parts of Texas, though, isn't it? I don't know. And David, thank you for the bits. United States has a horrible tax percent to benefit ratio. Other countries pay like 1% more and have vastly more benefits. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, my dog was named Panzer. Did you say anything about that? Convert me to Svelte? I mean, I like Svelte, but I've already mentioned it. But I'll probably start using Solid.js more than, like, if I wanted to switch, I would pick this over Svelte. I can't get over the template syntax in Svelte. I just don't like it. I don't like it. I mean, overall, everything is nice, except for the template syntax. Like, I don't think I've ever said this, but I'm saying this right now. I would rather write JSX than use the Svelte template syntax. I don't know. I think Vue tried to be on the level of React, but then it got clouded by Next Astro. I think Vue just kept doing their own thing, and they still are doing their own thing. What's amazing to me is, so Vite was created by the creator of Vue.js, but now Vite is the go-to front-end tooling. Like, everything uses Vite under the hood. And you can use Vite with pretty much any of the front-end frameworks that you'd want to pick. So it's interesting to think about that the creator of Vue.js created something else that everyone uses anyways. I don't know. Yeah. You can drive half of the UK in that time. Yeah. Yeah. Well wishes, the Shibas, and also apparently your power hasn't gone out. You're not flooding. Because you're still here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, yeah, right now we're kind of hanging out. I mean, that's what makes me feel bad sometimes, is like, sometimes I'm not providing any value at all. I guess I am providing community. I'm giving you all a place to come hang out and chat. But yeah. And Zyachi is asking about Blazor development. Anyone knows what are needed to be a Blazor dev? You probably need to learn C#, and then there's like they have their own specific templating language. But if you check out C# Fritz, he streams and codes in Blazor quite a bit. Yeah. Remember when this was a coding stream? Yeah, so there was a recent article talking about how some of the local money that was going to be used to like expand the highways and stuff in the Denver area is now being allocated for public transportation instead. So I think they're trying to make it better, but it's not the best. There's a lot of park and rides, but it's like you basically need a car to get to most of the public transportation, which is not the best. Yeah. I like Node and Express on the back end. Oh, you like... Yeah, see, I think that's the thing. Like, everyone has their preferences. So, yeah, no, exactly. But I think it's not a matter of like liking JSX more. It's a matter of having more experience with it, knowing and like having to have gotten through all of these like weird edge cases and weird things happening with it, so that it's a sunk cost fallacy, right? Like I have used JSX so much that it's just like, all right, that's what I'll use now because I know how to use it and I don't feel like learning anything else. I've spent so much time using it and getting used to it. Though, like, people that really, really like JSX probably wouldn't understand my argument there. They're like, what do you mean? JSX is just JavaScript. It's not. There's a lot of weird things about JSX. Question. As a backend statically typed language developer, is it correct to say that the JavaScript is a front-end language even though you can write backend code with it? There was a huge debate about this at my company. Here's the way to think about it. ECMAScript is a standard. This is the standard that defines the language. Doesn't matter where that language is running, this standard defines the language. And then there are various ways to take and allow this language to be executed in different contexts. So JavaScript running in the browser, client-side JavaScript. JavaScript running on a backend, that is not front end. It's the only thing front end and back end JavaScript have in common is the language. But all of the ways you do things and the things you have access to are very different based on the front end and the back end. So I would agree with whoever says that JavaScript, you can call it a front end language because that is the only language that the web browser understands. But when it's running on the back end, it is not a front end language. It's literally running in a back end runtime. So, yeah. I wouldn't call it a front-end language that you can write back-end with. I would call it a general-purpose programming language that has front-end implementations and back-end front-end runtimes and back-end runtimes. Yeah. Yeah, Solid would be another alternative to any one of the React, Vue, Svelte, Preact, Angular, all that. I was in college for 2 years before I got an internship. Two semesters? Something like that. I would have done it sooner if I would have cared more, put more effort into it. Yeah. And thanks for being here, Mikey. I would say it's never too late, but I would say like if you're going to be graduating soon, you should just look for a full-time job first. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about other ways to basically to get revenue. Right now, I'm just focusing on the course. Eventually, I want to do other things. Yeah. I think he knows programmer. I appreciate that, the Shibas. I don't know if I did it. Did you respond to me saying what it was? What was your opinion on it though? Half and half? Yeah. So like, yeah, it's a language that can run on the front end, but when it's running on the back end, it is a very different thing. Yeah, I'm slowly catching up. I'm missing some of your comments. I apologize for that. I want to finish updating my back end. I'll deploy it, and then we'll get into it. JavaScript is everywhere. Oh yeah, so that was a super interesting article. I think I read that on r/programming. There is a dialect of JavaScript that is running on the James Webb Telescope, but it's not what you would expect. It's not like there's Node.js running on the James Webb Telescope because there are technical decisions that were made for the James Webb Telescope back in 2003. Back in 2003 was before something like Node.js was so prevalent. Actually, when did Node.js come out? Like 2009, I think. So this was before even Node.js was a thing. But even back then, people were figuring out ways of running JavaScript not in the web browser. Was that on r/programming? Can anyone link me that article? You know what I'm talking about? Because there was a very specific runtime that they're using for it. So that's why it took so long for it to deploy. Yeah, this is the article. I mean, the article itself is a bit clickbaity because they said that, like, technically it was the ECMAScript standard, and like there's this entire runtime for it, but what was the thing called? Nombis Script Ease 5.0.0. So this was basically a JavaScript runtime from back in 2003. Script Ease is the other thing. That's not it. I don't know. Like, basically, like, it's not the JavaScript that we know, but the JavaScript language, a version of it, and a runtime that no one uses anymore, was a decision at the time. And so one of the reasons they chose it, though, is that astronomers needed to be able to write their own scripts, and JavaScript was a very approachable language for that. And so that's one of the reasons that they chose it. So yeah. Well, the thing is, like, you can run Python in the browser, but like it requires JavaScript to do that, or WebAssembly. So technically, JavaScript and WebAssembly are the two programming languages that are supported in the browser. But any other language you write is going to have to get turned into one of those two things. Yeah. Right. I mean, there are pieces I know of Node that are written in JavaScript, but a lot of it is C++, and then Bun is written in Zig. Yeah. I would say since you're already used to types in C, Jay Hassan, you could probably pick up TypeScript pretty easily. That said, the whole time you're going to be wishing that it was C anyway. So I say just learn JavaScript so you can learn the core language and then sprinkle some types on top of it and you've got TypeScript. I don't know. The weird thing is, you love JSX and you love... Yeah, I mean, and then, like, Svelte's templating engine isn't, like... It's not horrible. It's fine. I just question why did they come up with their own templating syntax when they literally wrote a compiler? They could have done anything, but they used this syntax. And they still could do anything. They still technically could update their compiler to support other, like, conditionals and other, like, repeats and stuff like that. I don't know. Yeah, but I see what you're saying, American 2050, but it's also, if you need, like, props, then it does use single curly braces. So, like, JSX is kind of like or not JSX, like, the Svelte templating language is kind of like, there's, like, a little bit of JSX concepts, but then with some extra, like, weird syntax. And then also, like, this reactive declaration thing. It's funny because they made it just look like JavaScript syntax, but, like, what's actually happening here is just, like, this is just a computed property or a watcher. This is just, this code should rerun when the dependencies change. They also, like, I would have been happier with just, like, a view, like how they do it in the view composition API, where you have a function called, like, watch or computed, because then it's a bit more explicit. They just hijacked the label syntax there. Yeah, I don't know. And thanks for the prime. I think I'm missing things. Hard Bottles, thank you for that sub. I don't know if I missed that. Noxyboy with the 700 bits. Razor1 with the gift. Thank you, David, for all the bits. And Fob, thank you for that resub as well. All right, I declare chat bankruptcy. If I missed your messages, I apologize, but I need to finish this code so that I can go. Yeah. Okay. What were we doing? This. We were. And thank you for the. We're gonna do some quick 8 minutes of focus. I'm going to finish this code. I'm going to deploy it, and then you all can use it. So if you do !team color followed by a hex value that can or doesn't have to have the hash on it, followed by 6 or 3 characters, then I am going to set your team color to be that color. Like that. Bonjour. What's up, Ending with Ollie? Welcome in. This is it. Oh! Did we get raided? Did I miss it? I literally just went into... Thank you for the raid, Ending with Ollie. I saw your message. I didn't know you raided. Yeah, shouts out. We're in focus mode, though, because I've been talking for like an hour, and I need to write some code. Yeah, we got raided. Who did we get raided by earlier? I forget the name. I apologize. Midu Dev. And then, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're writing some code. So this is some back-end code. I didn't show you the rest of it because it's a lot, but basically this one little piece is the piece that we were writing, and it's a node.js backend. And I'm going to do a thing that I do a lot. Why did this change? Oh, no. I'll undo that change. I am going to commit this code and push it to production without even testing it. But what this is going to allow you to do is set your team color. And then pushing it to production. There we go. Oof. Apparently, I missed some stuff. Divergent branches? Rebase? What does all of this mean? I guess I'll run this command, and then I'll do it again. Okay. Thank you for that, Prime Sub. Alex Caesar, much appreciated. It's because I didn't test it. No, it's fine. It's fine. I mentioned this in the past, but like that's about all you need to know about Git. If it tells you to run a command, just run it. And if you mess up really bad, just delete the Git folder and start over. So that's fine. Now, let's go to the client-side code. And this is the code running my overlay over here. And it also runs the browser overlay here. But what we're going to do is we're going to go into the component that handles the user info. And if you've set your team badge, right now we're pulling in this hex value. Yeah, and I'm storing it without the hash. So really, I think I just want a computed property called team color. And this just returns a string. Yeah, it returns a string. And if this dot props dot team color, so I'm going to pass the team color down to this component. Yeah, I'm going to pass team color down to this component, so we'll add it as a prop as well. And this is just the color of the username. And then team color. So, if you defined the team color, actually this, so return, so we want the team color, but if you didn't specify the team color, then you might have specified the simple icon, which actually has a hex color. Actually, so if simple icon is a thing, then use its hex color. And then finally, if it's not, then this dot props dot color, then use the color. And if none of that is a thing, then just pass back an empty string. Seems fine. Seems fine. And so now team color is what we will use right here. Save it. It didn't break. So that should be fine. The command isn't going to work yet. I still need to deploy the backend. But I think this is all I needed. Why is this complaining now? Requires self-closing on HTML elements. Ew. No, no way. I'm in Vue.js. Like, I literally don't need self-closing elements. Who would want that? This isn't React. Okay, that's fine. Now, I will deploy the backend, and then it should work. That should be it. All right. And now, I actually think I broke it. But, yeah, you should be able to set your team color in the Twitch chat. So and you should be able to set it to a hex color. So I'm gonna set mine to the Coding Garden green color. So yeah, if you do !team dash color with a hex value, that should set it. I don't see any errors in the DB. Oh, but I'm not passing team color down. That makes sense. That makes sense. If you noticed, we can go back to my screen share now. So I was using team color if it was passed down as a prop, but I'm not passing it down as a prop. I need to pass it as a prop right here. So right here, I need to do team color, and that's going to be another prop. So it's getting set in the data. It should be set in the database, and then once we get this working, it should be good. But now the SK chat card needs that to be passed down. So that's going to be over here. And then now in the user type, I could tell it that it's going to have a user color string or team color. Maybe? No. Everything is just black, but it should be white. All right, so it all starts here. We pass down the user, CG chat card now has the user and then passes down the team color. Oh, I think I spelled it wrong in here. And so this component then passes it down to this component, it's team color, and then this component should call it that instead of the underscore. That. Nice. That's it. That's it. Okay, we've done it. And welcome in, Alka. Glad to have you here. Boyo Loco. You're missing an L in your name. Test. Let's see mine, because I think I set mine to green. It should be green. No. I'm gonna debug it. I'm trying to allow you all to set your team color. Inherit. What? That's why. I specified a default value. The default value should not be inherit. I think, can't I just do string? Like that. Computed property team color. Oh! Yeah, and then I'm overriding it with a computed property. Okay. Let's call it current team color. So team color is a prop coming from the parent. Current team color is the computed value based on whether or not it was what you set or if it was like the brand color. Cool. So shark turn up. What is your team color? White. But it's black for some reason. All right, let me see what's getting set to here. Oh, I see what you're saying. It passed it down as white, but it shouldn't have been. It should have been FECB00. So this is SK user info. This is used by SK chat card. Passes down team color. This is another place it was set. Here. So that was defaulting to white. And then SK chat card is used by CG chat card. This passes down user.teamColor as team color. Alright, ng-griffin should have a team color property. And they don't. They only have two. So maybe there's an issue with my backend. Because this should be setting a property called team color, and it's not. Okay, so issue is on the back end. Let me debug that really quick. So regardless of whether you do team color or team color, like if you spell it the British way, they're both setting a property on the user called team_color. Let's see. Color. I mean, I guess it's the British and the Canadian spelling. Well, I think I'm 2 subs away from. It should be 418. Let me refresh that. Oh, apparently not. My dashboard's out of sync then. Okay. Welcome in, Nomad King. Doing some serious debugging right now. Did that do it? What you trying to do, Pollo Loco? Met an iframe. Okay. Is it working? Is it working? What color is Shark Turnip supposed to be? Okay, try setting it again in the Twitch chat. So, because it might have been in the She-Boss. Thank you for the gift. Team color isn't getting set. I guess this is the issue with just deploying to production without testing it. right, I'm gonna have to add some debugging. It's possible it's that early return I got rid of. Oh, scroll amount on the marquee? Okay, I'll add that. Give me a second. Marquee is technically deprecated, but pretty much every web browser supports it. Oh, you know what it is? I think I have a, yeah, I have an entire, okay, I found the error. It's right here. Before it even gets into this if block, I'm seeing if the command matches this. So I also need to check for team color or team color. 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 Whoa, that's a lot of marquees, Oscar. Okay. Why is this complaining? Async method expected no return value. You're wrong. You're wrong. Okay. At this point, I'm going to remove all of my debugging because this is just going to work. That was the issue. Okay. Let me deploy, and then I think we'll have done it at this point. Your message was read because that was the first message you've ever sent on my channel. Welcome in. What's up, actually, Doc? Oh, no. No, thank you. That worked. Whoever did that. You sent a message before? Twitch detected it as your first message. I mean, I can, if anyone else in the Twitch chat, it does say it's your first time chat, even on Twitch. Okay, so if you set your team color, you're gonna need to set it again. Now. Set it now. Man! Why is this so difficult? Okay. So the she-boss set their color to 4E6151. And then if we look at their message, there is no team color property on there. Do I need to look at my backend code a little bit more? Like, this would be a reason why I would refactor out of all these if statements. If the message begins with team-color, okay, so I can set my team. I can set my flag. Yeah. I was so confident. Oh yeah, that one is broken. Let me just a second. I was so confident this was gonna fix it. Like, I removed the debugging. All right. Oh, apparently the overlay is completely broken. I thought SP was Spain. What is... Oh, I guess it's ES? I don't know. Yeah, so if you can drop from a whitelisted domain on the drop game. España, yeah, right? Oh, ES, not SP. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, a long time ago, some people started to exploit it and drop like gigantic images on the overlay, but what are you gonna do? Oh, that's me. How come that? I know you guys can't see it, but Amazon Light Sail is really easy to spin up servers. It's basically just a higher level than EC2. I mean, you technically have just about the same amount of control. And then also they have like fixed pricing, so you can make sure that you're not going to spend more than like $5 a month on an instance. Oh yeah, drop game is working. There is a 90-second cooldown though. Set status, I believe, is set in the exact same place in the code base. Line 110 of commands.service.js. In the back end. And then the front end just uses that status property on the user. I think depending on what you're doing with Lightsail, it might be more expensive, but there's an instance on Lightsail that's only $3.50 a month. And I think that's... I don't know if you could even create a EC2 micro instance that is that cheap. Yeah, good job, Shah. Great work. Oh, do I have a whitelist on my backend too? Oh wait, actually, so maybe it won't work anymore, Stony Eagle. Yeah, it's not gonna work anymore because my backend now, I believe will. I don't know. I'll have to look at that later. All right. Can everyone try to set their color? So yeah, something happened in the overlay. Okay. So the back end is doing things. It should be getting set in the database now. Yeah, this isn't the valid. This is before it gets validated. So even something like that we'll get rid of. Yeah. It has to be a hex color. All right. And if we look at this, we can see Oscar. What should Oscar's color be? I'm gonna end as soon as I fix this, so not much longer. Probably, I mean, hopefully not more than 10 minutes, but we'll see. Okay, dim code set it to 22222. Dim code, can you just say hi in the chat really quick? There they are. Okay, I just want to see. Do they have team color? They don't. Maybe I'm validating the properties that are getting set. Let's look at the user service. You can have a team color without a team. That is possible. Find one and update. Oh, that's something we wanted to fix a while back. I'm looking up by Twitch name, but if you ever change your Twitch name, I think you'll lose all of your team stuff. I coded this. I did. And so technically this patch is what would run that would set the properties on the user when this specific command is run. Is our regex bad? Is this? Yeah, regex is always bad. Oh! You can only set it to a single letter. So if you, oh man, this is just matching one letter. I don't want to be using regex. What's the better way to do this? I mean, I guess at this point, my goodness. Okay, so starts with, ends with. Download a library that has a regular expression with it. And so we want 3 characters. or 6 characters. I don't care about the repetition. I'm just gonna do this. This was the issue with not, or like why we didn't have the length inside the regular expression is because we want it to be 3 or 6. Okay, I think this is what we want. I strip off the pound sign before I check it. And I also lowercase it before I check it. Why doesn't this match? Do I need to wrap this? I need to wrap this. 3,6 is a range. That's what we figured out earlier, anyways. So it's 3, 4, 5, and 6. We just want 3 and 6. Oh goodness. That. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I needed to be testing it with a lowercase. Yeah. It's just kind of hilarious that we talked about that regular expression for so long, and then it's literally the thing that broke it. This is the regular expression from a library. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I guess the somebody had the idea earlier to do what was it, 3? Oh, 1 or 2. That's what they did earlier. Wait, no. What was it? Somebody earlier did like this thing, 3 of them. This one. Yeah, that's the one. So you have the 3 things. So you have 3 A through F's, 0 through 9s, and you either have one of them or 2 of them. Because if you have one of them, then it's FFF. If you have 2 of them, then it's FFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF Okay. Again, I'm going to not test this. I'm going to remove all of my debug logs and just trust. Just trust. Oh yeah, I'll remove the good call. Boom. Because so before I pass it in, I am lowercasing it and removing the hash. All right, this is it. We're home free at this point. All right, set your color now. Shouldn't I trim after the replace? I trimmed before it. There's probably a lot of things wrong with it. And Adela Win, thank you very much for the prime. Yeah, it's working now. It's working now. Boom! It's red. I forgot. What do you mean I forgot 6? 6 what? Yeah. You can set it to your color, right? At some point... Oh, you know what it is? I think it's all these console logs that are killing the overlay. Did you rerun your set color, Stony Eagle? You don't need the hash. You can have the hash or not. It should work with either. This is... Why was this so hard? And also, like... Yeah, this overlay starts to freeze. That's never happened before. Come on. What are you doing, Oscar? Are you sending weird messages? Like the Electron app still seems to work, but for whatever reason the overlay Did someone send a oh yeah, this. Wait, no. At this point, this is why we would need a way to debug, or a way for users to see what their team and team color is. FF0000, so this should be red. What is happening? Here, I need to look at my server logs, because it's possible that also my API is just getting pounded right now for whatever reason. Oh. Oh? Oh. Oh? Oh. 1, 2 was repeated after the 3. I don't know why that would be killing the front end, though. So what this says is find 3 letters or numbers, either A through F or 0 through 9. So AAA, BBB, CCC, all the way up to 999. All the way up to FFF as well. So 3 of those. And then that can be repeated once, which means there's 3 of them, or it can be repeated twice, which means there's 6 characters. And it must start and end with that. So that's what that means. I guess I could do this, like just make sure, before I even run it through the regular expression, make sure that it's less than 6 characters long. Either 3 letters or 6 letters is what that means, yeah. And then I'm 2 lowercasing it, trimming it, and then removing the hash. Oh! Do we add the hash? That's going to be in the SK user info. Yeah, we do put the hash. Is it working for some people? Like, George, is yours set to black, technically? So yeah, it is working. I think I just need to debug why my overlay is crashing. Yeah, so that seems to be working. And it's not really even the backend code. I feel like some of you are just doing it wrong. Let me debug really quick why the overlay keeps breaking. Well, somebody did something. Hacking the mainframe. I should probably have like a more interesting background when I'm just sitting here coding like this. Okay, that's fine. And then all right, everyone type a lot of stuff really fast. Just say hi and different various things like that. hello everyone. It's not crashing in Firefox. Huh. Okay, try it again. Say hello a bunch now. Bruh. Bruh. It's just a fluke. All right, we're done. We're done now. And it should work for everyone. Like, you should be able to do exclamation mark team dash color, and set your color. It should work. You'll have to reset it though, because there were errors in setting it on your user. So, fob, try setting it to white now. And it has to be a hex color of either 3 characters or 6 characters. And it does not have to... Oh, that... The moment people start doing commands, it breaks it. That could be an issue with it, with the team. Okay, you know what? It's probably, if I had to guess, differentiating between... Okay, let me try that again, actually. I think it's the front end is having a panic attack whenever it is trying to differentiate between like the team and team color commands. Is it like Oscar's status maybe? Oh man. Well, no, that didn't break it. Everyone, try setting your team color again, everyone. Seedlings. Wait. What do you mean 10,000 seedlings? It could just be that it's broken on Windows. Yeah, because so right now, well, I know they're not coming through over there. I'm looking at my screen. You just got a bunch of marquees. Is it possible that you literally figured out a way to freeze Chromium? Just because you nested a bunch of marquees? How many marquees did you nest? It works fine in Firefox is not crashing at all. Okay, let's try. Let's really test to see if this is the issue. Well, you broke it before it even has a chance. So here I really want to test this. So everyone except for Oscar and everyone except for anyone that has a bunch of marquees in their status, just say hi. Just say hi in the chat, because we want to clear Oscar out of the possible messages that could show up on the screen. All right, now let's see. I guess I also could just hide the status message. It must have been Oscar status. All right, say something again, Oscar. Right now, I just remove the status altogether. um, it's faster too. Yeah. So here's the thing. You broke Chromium in OBS. You didn't break my overlay, and you didn't break Firefox, but you broke Chromium. I literally just hid the status from the front end code. You broke the Chromium that's running inside of OBS by nesting, what was it, like 30 marquees? Okay. I'm done now though. So here's the thing. This was supposed to be a 2-hour stream. Now it's a 4-hour stream. It's already 4:30 my time. Wait. Oscar doesn't have VIP yet? Yeah, they definitely deserve that for other things as well. Okay, Fob, okay, last thing. Were you able to set your color? Yeah, and George has theirs set to green. There's no way I'm gonna disable marquees. That's the most fun. That's the most fun. The command you want is team color. So if you do team color followed by the color, that should do it. Is it OBS or Chromium? OBS runs an embedded Chromium browser. Oh, that is something we did not think of. If you're using Font Awesome, then it's not going to be the fill here. It's going to be this. And in that case, we need to bind the font family. Not font family, font color. Like that. And then also, if you don't have a color set, it should be set to inherit. All right, that's the fix. Yeah. So yeah, I think that fixed it, because the JS icon was coming from, yeah, that was the issue. So Font Awesome, I have to set the font color, not the, there we go. And then Fob's is set to white. Whew. Whew. Why was this so hard? Why was this so hard to do? And then I can barely see yours, Andrew. So, I mean, what I would want to do is run the color. So I have a whole other function in here that tries to set your color to have high contrast from the foreground. To do, make sure color has enough contrast from background. View or svelte? View. Choose view. Yeah, there we go. It's olive now. That's interesting, though, because I feel like Simple Icons has a Java logo, right? No way. Is that on purpose? Simple Icons has literally every language, framework, application, and they don't have Java? That has to be on purpose. Oh, is it a proprietary logo? Huh. But all of that to say, like, that's why the... it's possible that it's copyrighted, but that's why Java comes from Font Awesome and not from Simple Icons. Huh. I'm actually really curious about that though. I want to look at their GitHub repo and see if anybody has talked about it. I mean, Java is fine. Like a large percentage of the world runs on Java. Removal of the Java coffee cup logo. No way. Emails received from an Oracle Corporation attorney. Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. I mean, obviously it is copyrighted. Yeah, like, it's copyrighted, but how out of touch can you be? Like, do you not want people to know about Java? Yeah, exactly. Do you not want free advertising? Billable hours from the... Yeah, so like the attorneys literally just sit there looking for things to do and people to send cease and desist to. Well, I mean, it's like, why? Yeah, have they sent a cease and desist to Font Awesome, or is Font Awesome paying a licensing fee to have the Java logo on here? I don't know. I guess that's true. Dynamic Voyage, like, they would want to protect like bad uses of it. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go. That was something. Okay, no API changes there, and then I'll push up all of the this. Put the status back. I need to put a to-do in the code base. Really, what I probably should do is limit the length of the status right here. No, this is clear status. Set status. Okay. That was fun. You can set a badge color now. We'll have to add it to the list of commands. Yeah. React or Vue? Vue. Well, it depends. Do you want to find a job? Probably React, but you can look at the job postings in your area. Do you want something that's easier to learn and the majority of the time requires less code? Use Vue. Use Vue. Not fun anymore, says Oscar. React Query or Redux? React Query is pretty cool. But I would argue that there's still other things you would need that you can't put in React Query, right? I've only ever looked at React Query examples. I've never used it myself. Actually, my answer is use this thing called Easy Peasy. Don't use ZooStan. Don't use what's that other one? Jotai. Use Easy Peasy. Look at this. Create a store. Specify an action. You can do mutations, but behind the scenes, they're not really a mutation. Behind the scenes, it's actually using Imer.js. You can do async actions. They're called thunks. You just pull in thunk and specify a thunk. And this is all you need. And they have really good TypeScript support, too. So that's my answer. Use Easy Peasy. Okay. They took my monkey. I'll add it. Did you update your status yet, Oscar? But it's better than Redux Toolkit, because Redux Toolkit, as far as I saw, is really just boilerplate. The thing I like about Easy Peasy is it gets rid of all of the boilerplate. Create a store, pass it to the store provider, good to go. And like the other thing I like about it is that it behind the scenes it uses Imer.js. Is that what it's called? I spelled it wrong, Imer, but not enough. who just did that? Oh, okay. You set it as your status. But no, it didn't crash. It was just a command that ran. Not enough state management libraries use libraries that let you write code that looks mutable. Like you're not actually mutating. Behind the scenes, it's creating a new copy. So you're still dealing with the mutable state, but you can write code that isn't super cumbersome, like spreading arrays and stuff like that. How do you use your Prime sub? Oh, I'll tell you right now. You'll probably have to link your Twitch account to Twitch if you haven't yet. But then you should see a little subscribe thing. Click on it. And then there should be a Prime thing you can just click on. And Relevant Croissant. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Wait, I can't give you seedlings, Oscar. I don't know. I appreciate that, Relevant Croissant. I think we have a link to it. Yeah, so if you go here, I think this is how you link your account if you haven't yet. And then it should enable you to do a Twitch Prime sub. And Salty Hamdi, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. Regardless, you should be using some sort of immutable state management thing so you don't have to do like the weird spreading of objects and stuff like that. And you can just write code that makes sense. But behind the scenes, it is doing immutable stuff. And you get that for free here. And then you get lots of cool little hooks, like use store actions, use state. And these also can be typed as well. So it has pretty good TypeScript support. Not with that attitude. But this one didn't take off like Zustand did, and don't know why. It's from what I've seen about Zustand, I like it better. Yeah, because here, see, you got this little set function. I mean, technically, you probably could use Imer with Zustand, but I like that Easy Peasy uses Imer behind the scenes. You don't even have to set it up. Yeah, and then I've heard of Jotai. I haven't used it. What's it look like? Okay, that's like a computed property. So that's the other cool thing is, I believe in Easy Peasy they're called computed properties, and they're really easy to set up as well. I forget what it's called though. I can't see that at all, Shibas. So yeah, you use atoms. Yeah, these are all state management solutions. I can sort of see that. It's still hard to see. I'll have to get my contrast code set up so that it'll auto-change the color. Yeah, I think one of the benefits here is that idea of no extra re-renders. But regardless, I've used Easy Peasy in like 2 really big React apps. Like I'm talking like at least 100 different components, like 20, 30 different pages, and it was wonderful. And it worked really good with TypeScript. And I like mutability a lot, even though it's not actually mutable. Do you need to go to school to be a software engineer? No, you can self-teach. Just learn from online stuff. All right, see you later, Fob. I'm going to go too. Let's go, everybody. Join me in a raid. There we go. I was like, where's the command? If you're a sub, you can use this raid message. So we talked about, I think you might have been away when we were talking about this, but your Java logo is from Font Awesome. And it is only a certain size. But Simple Icons doesn't have the Java logo because they got a cease and desist from the Oracle lawyers. So the Java logo does not exist in the Simple Icons package. It's only in Font Awesome. Okay, and then if you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. You can check out, I'm ending the stream, but for next time, if you go here, I think you can just do !team go. Oh, gold Angular. That's nice, Shark Turn Up. I like that. Go. Go. Yeah, if you just do team go, you'll literally get Golang. But yeah, don't forget those raid messages. Like I said, I don't know who we're going to raid, but whoever we raid, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. Check out the schedule. I will be live tomorrow evening. And tomorrow I'm going to do an intro to TypeScript. I'm actually going to prepare a lesson and straight up do intro to TypeScript, and I'll have exercises and assignments and all that good stuff. So if you're interested in that, definitely tune in tomorrow. And then I'm also streaming on Wednesday for Code Katas, and then Friday we're doing Dino stuff, Dino and Fresh. So yeah, we'll see you later. Follow on YouTube as well. Join my mailing list there as well. All right, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.